Hello friends, welcome to Coding Gardens with CJ. Welcome to a stream where I forgot to update my stream title. This is going to be a chill stream. I'll go ahead and update my title right now, but if you do !project, that should be all of the correct info. Nope, that's not how you spell project. No, that's not right either. Alright, well, welcome back, everyone. This is my second time live today. Project! That's not right. This is not what we're working on. We'll get it there. So basically what we're working on is components for Twitch chat. That's really cool. I like that. So we're calling this thing Sproutkit. And basically all of the things that you see, so before the stream started, there was that overlay. You can see that there is this window here. You can see if you go to the Vox Populi website, all of this looks very similar, but the thing is right now it's all copy-pasted code. So the plan is we're implementing this component library, and then we are going to take these components and re-implement these apps using those components, so that way things are reusable and nice. And then we can start adding more cool features to them once everything is built in that way. But we have all of these components we've been working on. We can display badges and usernames and country flags and stuff like that. So that's what we're working on today. I'll need to update my stream title. But in the meantime, yes, it's the wrong title. But if you say hi or hello or hey or morning or afternoon or avocado, I will say hi to you. I will acknowledge you, and then we'll get started. Wait, these are older. Yeah, this is from the stream earlier. Not that. Here we go. Hello, Rogue and Mint Jim. This is not a dream. This is real. This is my second time live today. And thank you, Heck, for that resub. I appreciate you. That Twitch Prime resub. Here's the thing. Heck remembered to click. And thank you very much, Greasy Woot, for that resub, that tier 3 resub. But Heck, who's a Twitch Prime subscriber, remembered to click that Twitch Prime button, and I appreciate you for that. Cool. But welcome Win32 Zero Day and Gazija and Green David, who says, how you doing? I'm just curious, what time do I wake up usually? It depends. This morning I woke up at 6 a.m. Sometimes I wake up at 7. Sometimes I wake up at 10. It really depends on what the day holds for me. And hello, Game and Razor1. I think you missed to click the Go Love button. No, I love you all. I obviously clicked the Go Love button. Hello, John and Mark and Cheyenne and Gigi and She.Mo. What's up? And Doc. And thank you, 16SKS, for that follow. And hello, She.Mo and Miss Aldo and Mav and Eltrindo and Arthur and Sophia and Marlon. And when 32 Day was watching my TwitchBot videos. Very cool. I paired with Alka. Alka's asleep right now. But we did some streams together. And hello, Jupo. And Game. I'll call you Keys. Welcome, Keys. And Chief Mustardo. What's up? And hello, Untold Code. And Terrazoid. And Shabam. And Casper. And Gamer Boy. And Ultrindo and Irish Cool. Welcome back. And F. Bommel. Good avocado. Yes. And hello, Seba and Rollers and Author. At least you're waking up. And hello, Jay Getachu and Thite and Shines Love and Majestic Eye. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for being here with me. Now, if you would give me a moment, I am going to update my stream title. And again, thank you, 16KSKS, for that follow, and Dumbledore. Dumbledore, thank you for those follows. I appreciate you. Yeah, all your messages appear because your name has the word hi in it. I know it was Go Live, but I like Go Love better. Alright, let's update my title. Here we go. I'm going to click the edit button. What's up, Leet Rose? Welcome. Alright, this is a chill stream. It's a chill stream because we're just hanging out, but we're also going to try to actually get work done, because this is like a never-ending project. I always get sidetracked by chat. So we're gonna do the couch, so the snowflake and the couch emoji, because this is a chill stream. Working on Sproutkit. Vue.js components for Twitch chat. that's about it. That's pretty good. Thank you, Anonymous Geek, for that follow. Is live to... Well, I mean, they probably already got the go live notification. Go live to... it's live to work on Sproutkit. All right. Title is updated. Focus mode the whole stream. And thank you, Grumpy Old Coder, for that follow. Thanks for being here. All right, we updated the title. I think we need to update my project command as well on my chatbot. Would love to see you do a stream on Vue Apollo and GraphQL. I did like a very, very small app with it once. I think it was a part of just like some sort of challenge where people voted on what I should use. But I've never built a full-fledged app with it, so that would be fun. Hello, Apina. Welcome to the show. I need to update my... Oh, the trivia game. That was the one. Yep. I need to update my project command. Oh, I think... Man. Oh, man. I thought I saved my my project command because I have like links to the GitHub repo and the style guide and all that stuff. Okay, I'll find it. Give me a second. Here we go. Okay. Thank goodness I didn't lose it. All right. Project. Confirm. Working on. Confirm. And let's just add a command called Sproutkit. Hold on. Are you streaming again? Or no, it's a new stream. It's a new stream with a new topic. Dash, an API doc. Oh, I never heard of it. Okay, my friends, I think we're ready. We're ready to actually start the stream. And thank you very much, Jacob Kit, for that Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so, is anyone new here? If you're new here, type 1 in the chat. Because I'm about to explain all the things you can do here. Also, if you type project... There we go. This is what we're working on. I am consolidating 3+ apps I use for streaming. You all are not new. And to manage chat and questions, all the stuff you see me using on screen, I'm consolidating it into a single repository. And we're creating a style guide and reusable components. Right now, the components are just for me, but eventually these could be published and used by anyone. I'm probably going to publish these as web components, and then anybody that wants to create some sort of Twitch UI around Twitch chat or Twitch alerts could reuse these components if they wanted to. That's the plan. Welcome. Oh, you are new here. I know you're new here. Welcome, Lucas and Kramer Carter. And hello, Blamey God. Yeah, it's totally open source. That link, the project thing that I just did, you can click it. It's on GitHub. It depends on what I use. On stream, I use Mongo because it's easy, but at work, I use MySQL. It's probably only persisted because you ran the command earlier. And welcome, Scott, as well. So here's some things you can do here. You may have seen the random drop commands. What those drop commands are doing, they are dropping emotes. So you can do ! drop followed by an emote. I'm going to drop some beans. And you'll see it fall. There it is. And if it lands in the center here, your name will appear potentially on the leaderboard if you're in the top 7 or 8. The other thing is in the chat, you can also add your country flag or your badge or your team badge. And so those links there will tell you what teams you can choose and what countries you can choose. But you can see here, Robin is from Belgium, and they are on Team React. Chief Mustardo is from the UK, and they are on Team Jenkins. Who else? Majestic Eye is from the United States of America, and they're on Team Vue.js. Hugotos is from the UK, and they're on Team Linux Penguin. So you can do that, and it'll appear in my chat overlay here, which is fun. And look at that, She.Mo from Norway, who's on Team JavaScript. I'm an intern. I just started learning React. Should you only use functional components? It's really up to the code base. So I recently put an app in production where there were 0 class components. Every single component was a functional component. But it really is just a style choice. If you want to create React apps that use classes, that's totally fine. But functional components, hooks, it is the latest craze. This time is perfect for me. I usually wake up around 9 a.m. Pacific. Nice. Well, welcome, Sophia. Yeah, they're multiple. They're multiple Belgiums, and Belgium is just a sideways Germany apparently. Oh no, they're in a different order: black, red, yellow, black, white, black, yellow, red. Team Internet Explorer. Yeah, here's Doc from the UK. Well, no, from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and the Northern Ireland on Team Internet Explorer. Oh yeah, and the teams did not persist, Elite Rose, so you're gonna have to do it again to get on Team Spotify. Zero class components. No need for error boundaries. Look, I'm not saying I'm doing React right. I'm just saying I'm doing it. I haven't created. No, I didn't create any error boundary components, but it didn't seem like I need it. I don't know. I need to look into that. Yeah, a lot of people from the Netherlands too. Welcome everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I usually go to sleep at 9 a.m., but I've been slowly fixing your sleeping indirectly. Well, that's good. At least we have some sort of positive impact here on the Coding Garden. Hello, Leon. Welcome. Yeah, exactly. I don't need error boundaries if I'm not writing bugs. No, I mean, I guess it depends on how you write your components. I mean, all of my API calls are obviously wrapped in a try-catch, and we're setting state with error messages. I don't know. I probably just need to look into error boundaries. Hello, Siva. Okay, let's write some code. So what we did last time was we created this chat card. So before that, we had created the avatar component. We created the chat user info component. And then not yesterday, was it Wednesday? Might have been Wednesday morning. We combined them all into a chat card. I think this is good enough for now. We have a custom slot here, so the consumer of the component can do things like add buttons like this, or even add like the country name, all that good stuff. But I think this is good enough. It's good enough for the base card. I think I want to add a slot so I can put buttons like the X button. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're in the SK chat card, and you can see here we have a slot for action line start. So action line is the bottom. When does my app refresh the account picture? If it's a new day and a new stream. You can also type !refresh user, and that will get your latest photo. You can only do that every 30 minutes though. Okay, so we've got the info line. It's got the user info, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put another slot. Yes, welcome, Coding Pasta. Hello, Raksheet, welcome. Yeah, we're gonna have a div here, and then this inside of it is going to have a slot that has the name of info line start, like that. The UK name is really long. And so that would allow us to put things in there. So component re-renders, everything's fine. But let's see an example of what this component would look like if we actually specified some things in those slots. So here, and another thing that I want to do, I'm not going to do it right now because I kind of just want to get these components working, is that right now my props on the component basically say that the user object that you pass down, Blamey God with this tier 1 sub, thank you very much, Blamey, I appreciate you, and thank you Chief Mustardo for that hydrate. I'm drinking a cola. Isn't the start the part where the avatar and user line name such? Yes, so you're right, it's info line end. Thank you. The back of my chair is really tripping. It's like a mesh fabric, so it plays weird with the what you call it, with the green screen. Okay, so we have that slot. Like what I was just mentioning was our props define this user interface that has a bunch of properties on it. We don't really need all of those properties. Zarella is saying, "Can you please do something productive?" I can only try. I don't know if it's actually going to happen, but I can only try. Yeah. So it used to be called greenhouse, but that was the prefix GH, and that would, what do you call it? That would potentially conflict with GitHub. So I found a new name, which is Sproutkit. and the prefix is now sk instead. And yeah, we're sitting down. This is a chill stream. We're chilling out. Okay. What I was mentioning is the user interface has a bunch of properties on it. We don't necessarily need all of those properties. I'm going to fix that in the future. I just want to get this working. So if we take, for example, this very first example of a component, and we should be able to pass in some data for the slots. So let's just put a header here. Slots. There is the info line start and action line start. No, it's info line end and action line start. So the way to use these slots is if you specify inside of the rendered component. So we can do this. We can do this. SK chat card. We do that, and then inside of here we can say slot, and we'll say the name is info line end, and then inside of here, that whatever we put in here should go in the info line end. So if I just do like a dinosaur emoji, this should appear in the info line end. Let's see if it worked. There's that, and then there's this. All right. I don't see it. Maybe this is not how slots work. I need to look up how slots work in Vue.js. Oh no, we have a logo. We have a logo. Oh, I see. I'm gonna use the one that that she.mo made. Hello, Drills. Thank you, and thank you, Mike, for that follow. The JSX it's JSX because we're using Vue style guidance. I've only done basic things with Ember. I haven't built big apps with it. Okay, let's look up how do slots work. Slots. That's true. You can use JSX in Vue. Okay. Content distribution with slots. Dynamic component. No. Just like HTML elements, it's often useful to be able to pass content to a component like this, which might render something like that. Unfortunately, this task is made, fortunately, not unfortunately, with the slot element. Okay, but slots can have names, right? Why is that in the docs? No. Here we go. Components in depth. Slots. This is what we want. Unfortunately, this task is made easy. If you do !project, you can get all you need to know about Sproutkit. It has links to GitHub and the style guide and stuff like that. All right. Compilation scope. Slots can have names, can't they? Name slots. Okay, this is what I was looking for. All right. So slot name equals header. Okay, so I did dash case name. I don't know if that's going to have any sort of issue. And to provide content to name slots, you provide a template. Okay, this is probably where I went wrong because I was using like the slot instead. So what I want is a template where I say v slot is info line end. And then inside of there is where I want my dinosaur. And it probably wants it like in a span. Like I can't just have it like a bare element like that. All right, why is this complaining? Template root requires exactly one element. That is one element. All right, let's see if I break it. There it is. Cool. So it's appearing. And we can see that the slot is there. And one thing I'm going to do, it's not a dinosaur, it's a CJ-saur. Cool. And thank you, Hugos, for that stretch. So info line end, I think by default, info line end, a template for Dino, is, so because it's inside of info line, and I believe info line is a flex box. Let's look at it. Yeah, display flex. We're going to put that info line end. We're going to say justify content flex end. Like this. And then, all right, see you later. Win32 day. Have a good eat, a good food time. So we have our action line. We have our info line. And we're going to say the info line end should have a justify content of flex end. So it should appear on the end. Is that how that works? Or align items? Not content. Oh, no, justify self. Align self. We'll get it. We'll get it one day. All right. I guess it's sort of doing it. Let's see. But I think it's technically a div. Yeah. Hello, Pixa. Welcome. And thank you, Jen, for that follow. Yeah, so I apologize for not just telling you what it is, but we're trying to get stuff done. So, but feel free to click those links. I'll answer any questions you have about it. And hello, Eternal Dev Coder. Welcome, welcome. I don't want align self. Align self is vertical alignment in this case because it's this flex direction row. So I do want justify self flex end. And I think the issue... Oh. No. What happens if I do justify self-center? React view. It's potentially the height of the div and also the width of the div. However, I might leave it up to the what do you call it? The person that is adding this particular slot. Why does Twitch not allow me to view the stream in any resolution other than the source? Because I am not a partner, and I have to be a partner to get priority in terms of my viewers deciding on quality. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to say that the position of the parent is relative. That shouldn't break anything. Should be fine. But what we're going to do is now the thing defining this is going to say something like... we'll pass in some custom styles. Position, absolute, right, 0. And so that should align it to the right? Yeah. So that does something like that. So I'm going to leave it up to the consumer of the component. Basically, this entire section here is the end. Twitch is punishing your viewers by draining their internet. Well, it's not necessarily draining their internet. It's putting less load on their transcoders because their transcoders don't have to downscale my stream. I don't know. But yeah, look at that. We can put a thing on the end here. So that's awesome because when I actually use this thing, I'm going to put that X button on there. So that's perfectly fine. And then let's show an example of... action line start. So we can do a very similar thing. vslot action line start. And I don't really need to apply any styles here. And that should show us an example of a component that's defining some... Yeah, so here it is, the action line start, which is this part here. And I'm going to just put a header on this in my docs. Action line start, and then info line end. Transcoders aren't able to just whack a look bad quality filter on. Well, making it look bad quality is not the same thing as actually transcoding it down to a lower quality. Cool. So info line end lets you set it up like that, and an action line start lets you put stuff there. So I think that's great. That's perfectly fine. Is there anything else? I don't think so, because this action line start is this entire area here. So technically, I could add in like the country name and stuff custom if I wanted to. Great. We are done with this component. What else do I need? I think this is good enough. I think this is good enough to create a basically recreate this Electron app using these components instead of the components that they're using right now. I think it's good. Does anyone think I'm missing anything? Any thoughts? Okay, Hugos. No. And so actually I reapplied for partner yesterday. I hope that I get it. If you're listening, Twitch, I mainly want it so that my viewers who are in parts of the world where they don't have good internet, they can actually use those resolution things. I want it for do it for the viewers, please, Twitch. This also seems to depend on the server and some other X factor. Yeah. Humble compliments and greetings to Liege Lord CJ of the House Coding Garden. I remain Doc D. Thank you very much, Doc. I appreciate you. Welcome, Chad. Yeah, so Sproutkit is a set of Vue.js components for basically building UIs using data that comes from Twitch. I mean, technically you could use it for anything. But what we've done is we've implemented reusable components that are doing all the things in my chat UI over here. And Chad was actually the first person to, not the first person, but they did the initial implementation of showing badges here, like Python and Vue and Firefox. They did the initial implementation, and they know the code is really messy. So what we're doing is we're trying to clean that up. So we have components for the avatar. We have components, and they can have custom sizes. We have components for the user info, and it automatically renders the badges. We have components for showing a country flag. Well, basically, part of the user info component is that you can pass in the country flag. It renders that. It also renders teams. And then what we just worked on was combining all of those to create... well, I haven't deployed it yet, but to create a chat card. It's not Greenhouse because Greenhouse has the prefix GH, which is like GitHub, and there's a conflict. It's like a new present. Nice, chat. Well, thanks for being here. But the idea is I'm basically going to scrap this, rewrite it, so that it uses these components, and that way all the other things that use these components as well can be updated similarly. They can all use the same DOM purifier. They can all use the same, just the same stuff, so that I don't have duplicate code running everywhere. Right? Yeah. It was, but it got renamed. Yeah. It used to be Greenhouse. Okay. Well, it's working now. Lucas from Brazil, right? That's right, isn't it? What's the link for the QA/feature list? I don't have one yet, but you're more than welcome to open an issue on the GitHub. It's on GitHub, Coding Garden /Sproutkit. Can the chat card be nested like comments in Vox Populi? Yes, we would need a slot for that. Yeah, I would probably just put the slot right. Well, actually, the slot needs to go below, like at the very bottom. It will be possible. I'm not going to handle that right now because I want to go ahead and work on this. Feature suggestions for the overlay. Oh, I don't know. Actually, Vox is probably the best place to do that. So if you go to vox.coding.garden, !Vox in the chat, you'll get a link to it. These are commands you can run in chat, and it'll show stuff here. And the real Python, this counts as an idea. So if you do !idea, followed by your idea, it's going to appear here. Let's watch it in real time. Let's watch him. Python is a supporter, so it's going to show up like right around here, probably. But if you do !idea, followed by your idea, it'll go here, and we can hold on to it. There it is. Add support for /me in the chat overlay. Nice. So I won't forget it. Okay. Girlazo with the raid. Welcome, everyone. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, welcome. How do you pronounce your name? Let's start there. Oh, your icon is Hackerman. Oh, everyone speaks Espanol? That's good. I don't speak speak much Spanish. Girlazos, but welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Coding Garden. We're kind of just getting started, but basically what we're working on is, Girlazo, welcome. But we're working on components. So this chat UI that you see over here, I built this probably like a year ago, and then I've been adding onto it ever since. But the code is a mess, and there are multiple things that I have that all look very similar. Yeah. Prime resubs should show up. I think you have to click share or something like that. But thank you, Josh, for that Prime resub. I appreciate you. And welcome, raiders. So this is the Coding Garden. We do a lot of stuff here, but today is more of like a chill stream, a meta stream. We are working on this, which is my chat overlay, and we're turning it into reusable components. I don't speak Espanol. No hablo Espanol. So like you can see over here, there's this avatar component, and that's here. You can specify sizes. We created the chat card component, which combines the avatar component with the user info component. So basically, we're working on custom components. And thank you for that host, she.mo. Cool. And thank you, Envy, for that host as well. And for the raiders and all the new people here, there's also the drop game, which you can play. If you do !drop, and if you say drop me, that will drop your avatar. And it will come raining from the sky. There's me. And if it lands in the center here, in the coding garden, you'll get your name on the leaderboard. You can also drop emotes. You can drop emojis, all that good stuff. And that's it. That's about that. And also, there are a couple of commands you can run in the chat to get these nice little badges next to your name. So you can see some people have a country flag. Some people have like an icon. So the country flag is just !country followed by your country name or country code, and then the badge is like a team, and those are all from Font Awesome. So if you click those links, you'll get a link to them. Cool, and thank you for that hydrate, Jay Getachew. Welcome everyone. Did we get a shout out for Girl Lazos? We didn't. But what were you working on? Do you do coding type things? Let's see if I can spell it right. Girl Lazos. Girl Lazo. Nice. Instagram hackers, nice. And thank you, Darkness Returns and Shao for the follows. And Darpsy for the follow as well. All right, I think I missed a message. Yes, I missed a message from Doc. Feature suggestion. Option to display messages like this. I remain Doc D. If you put it on ideas, Doc, I'm all for it. It's really good, though. Yeah, nice. Portugal, welcome. Inframath Music says, I'm back from a big break, and with the good news, I uploaded my first npm lib on GitHub and npm. I'd be happy if you checked it out. If you prefer a code review, I can redeem that. Informa DB. I can check it out. Yep, there's a lot going on in Informa. It's hard to keep track of all the chats, but maybe not today. I'm really trying to get this chat overlay done. I got to get it done, because if I don't get it done, then I'll never get it done, so I need to get it done. But I saw your link on Discord, so I'll check it out later. And thank you, Mongovigo, for that follow. Please call me Mongu. Mongu. Mongovigo? I don't know. I'll call you Mongu. Hacker man. Cool. And so this is another interesting thing here. We have focus mode. I'm going to enable that and get some work done. Welcome, Code Show. What's up? Code Show is a member of our live coders team. Check him out. And welcome. And Code Show made it into our documentation. There's an example Code Show avatar here. Yeah, you haven't missed much. The only thing we added, Drills, since that first stream is the chat card. But I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create an app that actually consumes these components. That's the plan. And thank you, Killer, for that follow. I did it. Wait, I did it right or I did it wrong? I don't know. All right, we're going to enable focus mode. And what we're going to do, the plan is, so right now, please realign chat. There you go. Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. And hopefully, so I'm going to add more things to it. I'm going to make sure everything's documented, and yeah, you're welcome to use it. Okay, so right now we have these custom components, right? Great. What we're going to do now is create an app that consumes those components. And right now it's just one Vue.js application. It all exists in the same thing. But what I'm going to do is this chat folder here is just going to be its own separate custom Vue app that consumes those components and reads from my custom backend to show all of the chat messages. So that's what we're going to work on. We're going to do 8 minutes of focus. And thank you, Cheyenne, for that hydrate. Yes. Okay. What are we doing? Focus mode. And thank you, Kubalence, for that follow. Chat is a competition on who can get the better deprecated HTML elements. Yeah, it really is. Another raid. Welcome, everyone. We were just about to start focus mode. Welcome. Thank you very much, RWXRob, for that raid. RWXRob is great. They've been doing streams on teaching like Linux and Linux basics. Thank you for being here, and welcome for that raid. Welcome, everyone. We come in peace. Majestic Guy with the gifted sub to Informath. Thank you very much, Majestic Guy. Welcome, welcome everyone. Heyo, cool. So, what just happened? Shines Love with the gifted sub to RWX Rob. Congrats, RWX Rob. Congrats. You just got gifted. Look at that. You got a nice little coding garden next to your icon. Help, we're being raided. Cool. So for all the now we're never gonna get anything done. It's okay. I appreciate you all. Thank you very much, Crash Course, for that Twitch Prime sub. And you know, some people don't know about Twitch Prime. So if you don't know about Twitch Prime, thank you very much, Jodova, for that Twitch Prime sub. Thank you, Shines Love with 100 bits, Laser with the 200 bits. I appreciate you all. Too kind. But if you don't know about Twitch Prime, click that link. You can see if you have a Prime sub available. All right, for everyone that just joined us in the raid, let me tell you what we're working on. Real Pygon with 300 bits. Thank you very much, Real Pygon. Thank you, Laser. Thank you, Murdoch with 100 bits. Thank you, Skyed with 100 bits. Too kind. You're all too kind. So first of all, this is my break timer. It pops up every 15 minutes or so. Thank you, Razor1, for those 300 bits. Doc D says, don't forget about Twitch Prime. If you do !break in the chat, you can get a link to that break timer. It's my favorite. I use it all the time. But what we're working on today is what I call Sproutkit. So basically, I have multiple things I use to manage the stream. I have this Electron app here, which you see me using. Thank you very much, Shines Love, for those 100 bits. This is an Electron app. It's I have a custom backend that's loading all of the chats in. But all of this code it's nasty. It's copy and pasted. It's duplicated. And I have other things that use that exact same chat UI. And thank you very much, Real Pygon, for those 400 bits. Too kind. You're all too kind. But I have this website. It's called Vox Populi. And it allows you in the chat to ask questions, share ideas, or submit things to me, and they stick around. So Twitch chat is very ephemeral, like it goes away. I guess that's what ephemeral means, right? I think. But with these commands, you can store things here. But as you can see, both of these things look the same, but the code is just copy-pasted. And so what we're trying to do with Sproutkit is create reusable components. Shines Love with the gifted sub. Congrats to Mint Jim. And thank you, Cheyenne, for that Twitch Prime conversion. Cheyenne converted from and we got to level 2. Thank you. But they went from a Twitch Prime sub to actually paying, and I appreciate you, Cheyenne. Thank you very much. And thank you, Hikari Knight, for that follow. Yeah, great work, everyone. 2-month resub. Well, welcome, Bob. Okay, but what we're doing is we're creating reusable components that can be used in this chat UI. Thank you so much, TA106 with the Twitch Prime sub. The Real Pygon with the 500 bits. The Real Pygon is not stopping. It's just more bits. Bob, I think if you refresh the page, actually, are you in my dashboard as resub? Yeah, you're not here. If you refresh the page, I think it should give you the option to share, and then it will actually show up. But thank you for that follow, Z80 and Brain. All right. 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. The Real Pygon, I appreciate you. You're spending a lot of money. On me. But congrats to Z77, Yas the Car, A Big Hairy Woman, Fishy Dev, OG Jake. Y'all got gifted a sub. Thank you very much. Thank you. This used to be a coding stream. You guys are too nice. Cool. But we're making reusable components. So we have this style guide here. We've got the avatar component. It can have a badge on it. It can have custom sizing. We've got the chat card component, which just... Thank you very much for that resub, Bob. Bob is a founder here on the channel. He's a mod on the channel, too. What's up, Dr. Arabaz? Cool. So we've got all these components. And what we're about to do... This won't be a productive stream. Thank you, Calpoyo, for that follow. But what we're about to do is we are going to recreate this Electron UI. We're going to write it from scratch. But now that we have these components, we are going to reuse these components inside of that Electron app instead of having copy-pasted code. That's the plan. That's what we're about to do. And thank you, LC Finch, for that follow. Shines Love with the 3 gifted subs. El Muchacho, Andreas, Johnny. It's been a while since I've seen Andreas. Hope they're doing okay. And thank you, Fiona, for that follow. I was, I was going to, but I just want to get it working right now. Cheyenne with 100 bits. Thank you very much, Cheyenne. So yeah, and you can see right now in my component implementation that, like for the chat card, the user prop here. So you pass down a user and you pass down a message. But both of these, the message prop and the user prop, are massive. They're full of properties. I want to remove anything that's not required. We'll do that later. I'll refactor that later. And thank you, Uxley, for that follow. Oh, thank you, Fractal. It's kind of, I mean, there's a lot happening. Meagles with the Twitch Prime sub. Thank you very much, Meagles. Font size, 1000%. Yeah, here's the thing. A lot of coding streams, it's really hard to see the text. So I try really hard to make sure that, like, if you're watching on mobile, you can actually see the code on my stream, on my screen. You know, I don't know. Yes, and so one thing we do down here, so we do have channel points, and one thing you can redeem is focus mode, where basically, thank you, Mint Jim. Basically, we turn off all distractions, and then we get some solid coding done. And the thing is, when there aren't distractions like this, we really do get things done, and we really do learn things here. I swear. We've already made it to a level 4 hype train? Wow. Great work, everyone. Oh yeah, and for those of you that are still here from that raid, you can do drop. So if you do !drop and you say drop me, that will drop your avatar like that. And if it lands here, you'll get on the leaderboard. You can also set your country flag or your team badges. So there are the links there for all of the brands and badges if you want to set them. But you can see how some people have like their country flag, and Infi has Firefox. iCrishCool has the India flag with the JavaScript logo. You can do all of that. The leaderboard is gone. It disappears if no one makes it on the leaderboard for a while. Yeah. And this is me in Naruto mode. Wow. I swear we get things done here. Keep my badges simple. Yeah, and if you drop anything invalid or anything, if you don't put anything after the drop, it's just a seedling. And look at that, Pentanero on the leaderboard. Great job. There could be different message templates, and you could pick ! template. I like this. Send this as an idea, Doc. I like it. I like it a lot. And thank you, Ethan Baker and Arctic, for that follow. Oh, Win320 day. Oh yeah, look at that. 72.65. Great work. And thank you, Random Blather, for that follow. Wow. Do I see this? No. Any message that begins with an ! I will not see. So that is a way to talk behind my back if you want to. Am I overtaking myself in Naruto mode? Ivo with 100 bits. Thank you very much. I leave for 2 seconds and we're at level 4 hype train. Cheyenne with 100 bits. Novuki with 100 bits. Thank you all so much. Wow, level 3 hype train. Eric says, I watched your video today on Dino. So glad to stumble upon your live Twitch. Welcome, yeah. Wow, 17 subs, 2,700 bits. You all are too kind. Hype Racer. Okay, 2 more and we will reach 5678. I will disconnect if he does not celebrate it. Oh, 5678. I didn't even think about that. We celebrated 5432. I didn't even think about that. I don't have anything planned for 5678. And my sub count isn't updating. We should be at about 312. When we get to 345, something special is going to happen. I will say that. Okay, let's get some coding done. So we're gonna go into focus mode for 8 minutes. Mods, we're not gonna do emote only. Don't do emote only, but it's possible that I won't respond to your chat message, and we'll try to get back to it after that. Oh, wait, 2 focus modes. We're going in for 16 minutes. But the plan during this time is we're going to generate an Electron app. We're going to import our components and make sure that they work inside of the Electron app. That's the plan. I know what's going to happen. Cannot read property special of undefined. What's 16 plus 8? 3 times. 24? Let's do this. All right, yeah, so mods don't enable... All right, focus mode. No, that's enough. I mean, okay. 30, that's technically 32 minutes of focus, right? We'll do it. We'll do 32 minutes of focus. Just to show you that I can write code. I know how to write code. No, stop redeeming it. Okay, so here's the plan. We need to generate an Electron app, and basically we already have a Vue.js generated application, and we want to add Electron to it. And technically, what we could do is just, because this is the Vue CLI, we can just add the Electron plugin. So I need to find it. Something like Vue Electron plugin. The most productive 30 minutes in coding garden history. So the plan, we're gonna get an Electron UI up and going. I think it's this one. In 30 minutes. That's the plan. Vue CLI plugin Electron builder. It has 2,000 stars. No required configuration. I think this is the one we've used in the past. Yeah, I think this is the one. Get started. Yeah, just Vue add Electron builder. That's the plan. All right, let's kill our style guide. Vue add. Now we are going to have to do some custom things because I did some weird stuff in this Vue app where we basically have nested apps inside of our app, so it's going to take a little bit of configuration. I could use the Vue UI. One thing I do need to do though is let's add all of the changes. So we add a chat card component. Pushing it up to GitHub. So that link that was shared earlier, all of the latest code is on GitHub now. Okay. Now we're going to try again. Vue add Electron builder. Okay. I'll use the UI. Okay. I think multiple people said use the UI. So if you're new to Vue.js, the Vue UI is actually super slick. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to import an existing project, Sproutkit. Yes, so import this folder, which is a Vue project. And then this shows me all of the plugins that I have. It shows me all of my project dependencies, my ESLint config, my CLI config. And interestingly enough, I can see my Vue style guide configuration. Weird. Okay, but regardless, what we want is the Electron plugin. So I'm actually going to click Add Plugin, and we're going to search for Electron. And here it is, the Vue CLI plugin Electron Builder. I'll click Install. Why are so many Vue projects built in React? What? What do you mean by that? Chats will not be emote only. We're gonna leave, because there's a lot of new people here, so I don't want to limit your right to say things in the chat. But this is automatically going to add that plugin. It's the same thing as if we did it from the CLI, but it's pretty nice because we get a nice UI where we can click through. So we want to choose our Electron version. Yeah, we'll choose the latest. Add tests with Spectron. I have literally never heard of Spectron. This is not it. This is some random company. Here we go. Electron Spectron. An Electron testing framework, an open source framework for easily writing integration tests for your Electron app. Wow. Yeah, let's do it. I'm about it. Install, please. Finish. Yeah, Vue Native is built on top of React Native. It's different from native script Vue. Yeah. I hate testing. I don't hate testing. I just prefer not to write tests. I write code that works the first time. Oh, referring to Vue Native. Ah, I see. Here we go. Continue. All right, so the thing is, this could have possibly broke because we have a non-standard setup. We have a non-standard setup because we have these multiple sub-apps. So here's the background.ts. And if we look at our package JSON, I think it did add at least Electron serve. So Vue CLI service Electron serve. And I'm curious what will happen if I just try to start it up, because I don't have any sort of main entry point defined. Let's see. Utils, interfaces, tests. It's adding the Electron spec. That's great. Do I see any sort of Electron config? Run it from the UI. Okay, I can do that. Yes, because if we go in here to tasks, here's my break timer. I'm not going to take this 5-minute break, but I will take the next one. I write code that works. I was just joking. I know that I am not a perfect coder. I know that. All right. I think this is going to break, which is why I didn't start it initially. And let's see. iTest mode. You're actually pretty right. Yeah, this is why I didn't want to start it from here, because we're going to have to debug this. We are going to have to debug this. npm run electron serve, because I'm going to have to tell it which... Yeah, so relative module was not found. Source main TS. So I think what I need to do is point it at chat main TS. And will that work? Can I do something like this? Like, I need to pass the path to main into Electron serve. No. What if I put it on this side? No. What we might have to do is just put this main in the root for now. To get it working, put it in the middle. Like, we might need to take this main and put it at the root. That should actually, that should get it working, right? So if I just take this main and I put it in the root of the source directory, and this one should have a relative import. So I want to get /chat/app/view, like that. And then if we start it up, it should be able to find it now. And then it's going to start an Electron window that just says chat. Relative. Yeah, see, wait, no. Did I save it? Go in. Oh, no, I need /apps/chat/view. Okay. Here we go. I don't need Electron for a component framework. I am consuming that component framework inside of Electron. That's the plan here, is we already have our base components, and we're going to spin up an Electron app that uses those components. So here we go. This works for now, but we want to have multiple nested sub apps that do that. But I kind of want to figure out how to do that. So for now, let's just close this. Let's kill it. And let's look at the documentation for Electron Builder and try to see if we can tell it which files we actually want to serve. Changing the output directory, TypeScript options, changing the file loading protocol, bundling options, guide. Native modules, handling static assets, the render process, the main process. Oh, you know what? If we look in background, does this start it up. So this creates a browser window. If there's a dev server, we try to load that. Hola. Hola, hola. So I think this may be the place to do it, because right now, process.env.webpack dev server URL. Okay. Now, if we look, this is running Electron serve, and Electron, I believe, is just going to be in our node modules. Like if we look in our bin, there should be literally something called Electron. That loads it up. That spawns Electron. What about Electron Builder? Yeah, so this wraps it. This tries to launch it. Okay. I don't know if it's actually configurable. Bundled app entry. Main process file? Where do I define that? Main. The phase is where Electron bundles your background file for the main. The serve command. On the configuration page. To change the entry point for the main process, use the main process file. No, because that's the backgrounded file. It may not be overwritable, and that's okay. For the sake of actually getting something done, we're going to use it as is. I mean, the only thing that changes right now is that instead of importing into that apps folder, we are going to it'll use this file, which is actually pulling from chat. We could symlink it, yeah. Like I don't think I'll do this right now, but basically we could create a custom build. So whenever I decide to run the chat app, it basically generates this file and points it at the right place. When I decide to run the overlay or when I decide to run Vox, it'll dynamically generate this. But for now, this is fine, because if we go into app, this is the thing that's actually being loaded into Electron. And this is where we can try rendering some of our components. So if I just add a script here, script. I can do this. Script. I think I have to do language TS, because we are in TypeScript. And I'm going to copy one of my more basic components because TypeScript in Vue is new to me. So kind of need something like this. All right, so we get Vue from Vue. We say Vue.extend. Right now, this is not going to have any props. This is just going to be like our main component here. And inside of here, we want to import those custom components. So let's try to import the chat card and just get a chat card just being displayed inside of our Electron app. So if I say import Sproutkit chat card from @/components/ sk chat card.vue. That's great. And then I'll do a local component registration. So I'll say components are that. And then now I need to actually use it in my UI. And thankfully, we've been documenting along the way. And we can see an example of a chat card here. Let's actually copy our last example. Like this. I just want to see it working. Then we're going to like hook it up to an actual API and get some dynamic data in here. But this should try to render it. It's going to render this, this user on that chat card with the message hello world. And we're going to see a little dinosaur in the bottom left. Gaiman is asking, what does that @import do? This is just an alias. So this is set up inside of ESLint, and I believe set up inside of TypeScript so that it knows about it. But basically, we're aliasing the root of our source directory to be @. So that way, I can reference it without having to do a bunch of relative stuff. So right now I can say @/components and import the component. If I didn't do that, I'd have to do a relative path. So I'd have to say from ... so go up one, go up another directory, go into the components directory, and then grab SK chat card. So this works in the same way, but instead of, no matter how deep it is or how far up it is, then you add that. It really depends on your editor. So I used to be of the same opinion, Aerodynamic, but it depends on how your editor is set up, because right now I actually do get autocomplete. So if I do @/, you can see that it tells me what's available. So I think it just depends on your setup. But you're right. I've worked on projects where this breaks editor completion, and then it's really hard to figure out how to import components. Yeah. Okay. How to set it up that way. I just generated a Vue app. Excuse me. That's officially the 4th time I've ever sneezed on stream, but my allergies are really acting up today. Thank you, Mattia. Thank you. Oh, thank you, everyone. Okay. This should work, honestly. We should literally just see a chat card inside of our Electron window. Is it not running anymore? Oh, there it is. Yeah, look at that. So it's working. We are actually rendering our components inside of Electron, so that's awesome. Right now it's saying prop subscriber should be a boolean, which is fine. Wait, no. Subscriber true. No, it's on the user object. Why don't I see it in my autocomplete here? Weird. But thank you, Chief Mustardo, for that stretch. Oh, you know what? I think these are old errors. Nope, they're not. Unknown custom element SK user info. Did you register the component correctly? Yeah, so this is a bug in one of my nested components, because this component loaded SK avatar, but it did not bring in SK user info, and it needs to do that. It needs to have that local registration. Excuse me. Another thing we should have done is pulled those interfaces out to a separate file. I don't know. I just want to get stuff working. I'm tired of like writing so much stuff. Okay, prop type failed for prop subscriber inside of Red Nose CJ. Yeah, I'm sneezing. I got allergies. It's bad. I'm not infected. I just have allergies. Type check failed for prop subscriber inside of SK avatar. Okay. I think that's actually inside of our nested component. So this here's the interesting thing. I don't think we saw these errors whenever I was doing component development inside of, what do you call it? Style guidance. But this is what I need to do. I need to pass that down as a boolean, turn it into a boolean, and that should fix that error. There we go. Errors are gone. Awesome. All right, now let's work on the window itself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the source code for this Electron window, which is a nice transparent window. And we're going to copy over some of the settings so that way we can get a transparent background and all that good stuff. So let's do that. Blow your nose. We'll wait. I gotta finish this. Okay, so if we look at the main.js, we can see some of the things that we had to go searching through the docs last time for to figure out. But we can give it a title, set it closable, give it a width and a height. Transparent, true, has shadow, false. So I definitely want those two properties. That's going to be defined in my background.ts for the actual Electron window right here. Like that. I ordered a cup of tea for you. Open the door in 5 minutes. How can the component show you up without you importing it as it was until now? I literally have no idea. I don't know. It could have been because of Vue style guidance, but yeah. Custom buttons on hover. We want that. We don't want it to be minimizable or maximizable, so it's not going to show any window chrome. Yeah, frame false. Frame false is going to set it so that the window that gets launched has no window chrome. Quick stretch. Yeah, .view is optional. I just have a linter rule that that tells me to add it. Yeah, because you see it works without it, but it's just an ESLint rule that says add it. So, yeah. Okay. Frame false, has shadow, transparent true. What else? Is it closable? Do we already have that? Nope. So what? Closable, we'll set the width and the height. Instead, we're not going to set the XY. And then the background color is transparent white. That's basically how we got that working last time. Why is this complaining? Unknown word. Oh, this is my spelling plugin. I think that's fine. Okay. If we've done everything correctly, I can kill the process. We can see it doesn't have window chrome. And when I close the DevTools, look at that. We have a transparent window with the chat card inside of it. So that's pretty cool. Awesome. But now I can't like drag to move it like this. That's actually really easy to set up. Let's look at the code for how that's done over here. You literally just do style WebKit app region drag. Yeah, Drills has it. You literally just add this to the body and then you can click anywhere and drag it around. So I'm going to do that right here. Should have reloaded and yeah, look at that. We have an Electron window. Nice. But as you can see, it is not fully transparent, and that's because the component itself, we're passing a color down. Actually, we're not. This is the default color. But the component accepts a BG color, or is it background? Let's look at the component, the chat card. It accepts background color. This is the default, but we just want to specify that with some transparency. So, actually, I don't want that. Background color, that, EE. Look at that, we have transparency. I think we want more transparency than that, though. Let me look at my old app to see how transparent it was. Oh, it was EE. So, yeah, I think we're good. Does that draggable work on XFCE and GNOME? I have no idea. I've only tested it on a Mac. Okay, so we have an Electron window. It's rendering that chat component. Great. This is good progress. Now, I kind of need some sort of library that talks to my backend to pull in all of the chat messages and then dynamically render them here. Add a drop shadow? I don't want a drop shadow. Yeah, that's what we need to do. Okay, Transparent Electron doesn't work on Linux at all because NVIDIA is dumb. Well, that's unfortunate. I like that I can do things like this. Like the fact that focus mode is so transparent right now, I really, really like. Screen.get primary display, work area size. Oh, get height from the screen size? Yeah, the thing is, every time I open it, I always just use my keyboard shortcuts to make it the right size anyways. But you're right, it might make sense to actually bring it down a little bit. Then just by default, it's not as big. Would you look at that? I'm pretty excited that it was actually this easy to get it in there. Okay. Hello, Krisu. Welcome. Wow. Wow. All right, what next? We need a library that talks to my backend. Now, I currently have two backends. This backend here, wait, before hooking up the live chat, set Electron up to block external HTTP requests. All right, I can do that, Doc. Well, can you send me whatever resource you were mentioning earlier? Yeah, there are a few other Electron things that I have going inside of here for security purposes. And I will show you those now. And actually, yeah, that's the highlight window. Yeah, so one thing is I prevent navigation. So if people share links in the chat, I prevent myself from even being able to click those links. If someone happens to get some sort of cross-site scripting working, this prevents a new window from opening. What else is there? These are the main ones. I think another thing that I do is I actually override window.alert, so that way it won't actually do anything. We do these in app. The other thing is I am going to disable node integration. So web preferences, node integration, false. I actually don't need node.js inside of this Electron window. Let's see why it complains. Require is not defined. Let's kill it and restart it. Yeah, apparently I can't disable node integration. That's unfortunate, but I want to get that working eventually because not having node in this environment is a good thing for security purposes. Yeah, I let people do a lot of things in my chat, but we have a good mod team, and they catch most things. Okay, so that's Electron security list. We'll take a look at that, and you want me to take a look at number 223. I haven't done a formal intro to JavaScript course now. Wait. Security checklist recommendations? Wait, what just happened here? I think I like double copied the link. No. Here. Yeah, if I saw it, Impy. I can only do so much at once. What's number 223? Is that an idea? Quote, HTML tag that expands to content. We'll get there eventually, not today. I just want to get I want to get the basic chat working in the overlay, and then we can start extending it from there. We need to reach feature parity before we can start adding new features, basically. Only load secure content. Do not use enable blink features. Cool. Where's that other thing, Doc, about external HTTP requests? Here. Yeah, here. Yes, I'm rewriting the chat window with Sproutkit. That's the plan. On before request. Filter listener. Yeah, basically, I don't want it to send any request, right? So I can just add a listener that, like, prevents the default action. Rip. Yeah. So I think I need to do something like this. Most likely inside of our background here. So requiring session from Electron. I think we can just do that at the top level. I don't know if there's when a session actually gets created. What does this say? Session cannot find name session. Oh, we want to pull it in session like that. This says object is possibly undefined. Really? Okay, we'll take a look. Default session. So we want to make sure that's defined. And I guess I define this after opening the window. I don't know when the session actually exists. So like window on open. On before send headers don't let you cancel the request. On before request does. Okay, I was just copying the example for registering it, but we'll change the method that we want. Is there not a window opened? Oh well, I'm gonna do it in here. Yeah, and I don't want on before send headers. I literally want on before request. Focus mode is over. On before request. That gives me the filter. My filter, was that defined at the top? All right, see you later, Pixa. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, my filter is here, and I want to filter on everything. And then basically anything that is not like a Twitch image URL. Yeah, so I want to whitelist probably like localhost and probably a specific port. I think 5,000. Yeah, and then I'm going to whitelist the image proxy that things are being requested from, and then we'll console log it to see what actually is being blocked or logged. Yeah, I don't want that. Let's just do this. We're gonna do this, and then every single request we're going to log, and we are going to whitelist anything that actually needs to be requested. So what does details have? Details dot. Nope. And then for callback, that takes in the response. Does that have, yeah, that has a cancel, and we can say true. And actually, I want the filter to be on everything. And then I have my whitelist, so. So this is my whitelist. And my filter is ***/* probably. Use showdown for markdown. I could possibly do that. This I want to intercept any protocol, any request And then I'm only going to allow it if it's coming from this address. Hello, Conrad. Welcome, welcome. That's a cool GIF. It's not inappropriate. Thank you, Pentanero, for that posture check. Thank you, Cameron, for that hydrate. J Felly Web with the resub. Thank you so much. Bob earlier said re. What's up, J Felly Web? Thank you. Thank you for being a member here. And Shines Love with 100 bits. Thank you very much. Too kind. You're all too kind. Okay. So we'll say something like if details dot URL, if it matches anything in whitelist, and thank you, Acelera, for that hydrate as well. Thank you, Milus, for that follow. Technically, you aren't supposed to use Twitch if you're sensitive to light, at least where I live. It requires approval. Oh, wow. Oh, I love that, Doc. This is a good idea. Yeah, I can intercept 404s and just display like a funny coding garden image or something like that. Yeah, so if we've whitelisted it, then we're going to say callback with, no, like we don't want to change the response. I think that's how we do it. Otherwise, we will say cancel it. So if the URL that you're making a request to does not match anything in the whitelist, then cancel it. All right, we're going to save that. Let's see what happens. All right, and also we want to console log when it was blocked. We're going to log blocked details.url. Look at this. Okay, so we definitely need to unblock localhost 8081, at least for now in development, because that's where it's being served from. All right, we'll try again. It's saying blocked. And thank you, Rush Gordon, for that follow as well. If some of the whitelists... Oh, this isn't actually a regular expression. No, it's not actually a regular expression. Like that. Hello, the one Lucas. Welcome. Item.match is not a function. Oh, .exect. Oh yeah, and then I don't need the star. I just say it starts with that. Thank you, Adam, for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the show. We are currently working on an Electron app. We're basically rewriting this app that I have over here. Thank you very much for that raid. Welcome, raiders. I'm having allergies today, so my nose is red and I'm sniffling. I might take a break soon to just like go blow my nose. Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much for that raid, and have a wonderful evening. Thank you, Seventh Assault, for that follow. This is, I think, the third raid today, but welcome. Thank you, Nuzo, for that follow. You have arrived at the coding garden. We do a lot of JavaScript here. Thank you, Bravo, for that follow as well. Yeah, and we'll see you, Adam. Have a good day. And can we get a shout out for Adam? I'm curious. Adam's not on the Live Coders team. I wonder if he ever was on the Live Coders team. But Adam is awesome. He's like the original Live Coder on Twitch. One of the original Live Coders on Twitch. You definitely check him out if you haven't heard of him. Thanks for that, host Informath Music. But you're at the coding garden. That's where you're at right now. And what we're working on is a few things. So on my screen here, you see this window with all of the chat messages. This is an Electron window that I built. And wait, did we get rated again? What do you mean? Okay, I don't know, but this is an Electron window and I'm running a custom backend that's importing chat messages. I also have a few websites for like managing all of the questions and chats and stuff like that. Oh, you tried to raid me with one viewer. So this site, Vox, if you go to vox.coding.garden, you can see it. But basically, in the chat, you can ask questions, ask ideas, or submit things, and then people can upvote and comment on those suggestions. But as you can see, the components look exactly the same as my chat UI, and it's literally just copy-pasted code. So what I'm working on is a component library to consolidate all of these into actual components that can be reused, and then I'm going to rewrite all of these applications to use those components. So what we're in the process of doing right now is we're setting up a brand new Electron app. I feel like I'm 20 years in the future. We're setting up a new Electron app that is going to basically it's gonna look exactly like this. We're basically doing a rewrite, and we're going to reach feature parity with this Electron window. And thank you, Gypster, for that follow. By using all of those components. And so if you do !project in the chat, you can get a link to the GitHub repo and the style guide and all that good stuff. And hello, Kappa. But this is the components we've created. We created the avatar component. Hey, Infi, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. We have the avatar component. We have the chat card component that allows you to pass data down and it renders it correctly. We have a component where you can pass in right here. You can pass in like badges that you would get back from Twitch IRC and the user's name, and it automatically renders those badges. You can pass in custom colors. And one thing that is unique to my chat is that we allow you to set your country flag and your team badge. So if we do !badges here, badges. There's a couple of links you can check out. Yeah, thank you, Gazija. And you can do !country followed by a 2-character country code or the name of your country. Am I using the new Vite builder? No, I haven't heard of it. Is that for Electron? Yeah, I haven't heard of it. But !country followed by your country code, and then you'll get your country flag in my chat overlay here. And our custom component can handle that. You just pass down a country code. And thank you, VX77, for that follow. And also team. So if you do !team, we allow you to set your team flag, set your flag and team badge, but we don't make it persistent yet. Yeah. So right now, it is not. It's not persistent. Oh, Vite is for Vue. I haven't heard of it. I really like Vue.js. It's one of my favorite things. An opinionated web dev build tool. It's fast. Interesting. I'll have to check it out. It's pronounced Vite. Cool. I guess that's true, Doc. I really need to set up like a GDPR thing and a privacy policy and all that stuff. Thank you, Alistair, for that follow. I've heard of Vito. So Vito is a way of creating desktop applications with Vue. It's very similar to Proton, which is React Native for desktop. Yeah, here we go. I haven't built anything major with it. I've only dabbled in it. I will say the one thing is, like, this is based on libui, which is a native library for building cross-platform UIs. And the thing about it is I think that they still don't have an image component. Yeah, I think they still don't have an image component, which is crazy. But basically, you can... oh, nice! From Kazakhstan. Welcome. But basically, you can create cross-platform UIs with Vito, and they are natively built. It's not like Electron. You're not running a web view or anything like that. But because libui does not support image elements yet, I don't think you can put image elements into it. That's the only like downside I see to it, because you can create truly native things that are not running inside of Chromium with Vito, which is pretty sweet. Yeah. Well, thank you, Aurelio. Thank you, DJ What and Kappa, for those follows. But yeah, this is what we're working on, and right now we're in the weeds. Am I related to Steve? I'm not. I don't know who Steve is. But yeah, so we've made these basic components. We're going to keep expanding them, making them more usable. One thing I thought of was creating like a slim version of the chat card, basically to match exactly what you see in the Twitch chat instead of like this more expanded view. And then other people could use these. But right now, what we've done so far is we've generated an Electron app. We have imported our custom components in here, the chat card, and we've got it rendering in. But what we're working on now is just configuring the Electron app to be a bit more secure. So what Doc was helping me with is you can tap into on before request, which is any request that your Electron app is making. Yeah. And we're not really making an ad blocker, but we're making a request blocker. So one of the things is like, I mean, I've been using this chat overlay for a very long time now, but every time there are new people that are coming into the chat, they try to cross-site script me, right? They try to send, because I do actually render some HTML. You can see that, all right, see you later, Informath. You can see that messages like this actually do get rendered, but we're doing some sanitization. And one thing is, if my sanitization doesn't work, we want to prevent any sort of extra network requests from happening if the sanitization doesn't get through. And thank you, Aurelio, for that follow. So that's what we're working on right here. So basically, we can tap into any request that is made inside of the Electron app and decide whether or not it should be allowed. And what we were just doing... yeah, I think I told the translation bot to leave my channel. But yeah. And thank you, Unknown and Proflims, for those follows. And Taurus Day for the follow. But here we go. So we're filtering on all URL requests. So if it's requesting a script, a CSS, or anything else like that, we're going to catch it. And thank you, Neonox, for that follow as well. And Lumicode. I guess I also want to whitelist the... Yeah, so that's basically what I'm going to do. I'm going to slowly build up this whitelist of things I know I want to allow the request for. So like the Twitch CDN, Franker Faces, Better Twitch TV, and thank you, Killisman, for that follow as well. All of the things that are being loaded in here, we want to whitelist. And right now, let's see if is it actually rendering. I'm going to save this. We can see earlier all that was being blocked. And here we go. So we blocked a request to fonts.googleapis.com. I want to allow that. And we also blocked a request to 105 on port 8081. Now, right now, in development, I just have it as localhost. We probably want to start to parameterize this and say, like, if we're in development, whitelist localhost, otherwise don't. Yeah, I could whitelist a Rickroll video. But, okay, so we're going to add this to it. So any URL that begins with http:// 8081. So that should allow those requests through. Wait, did I get that wrong? HTTP? Oh, too many T's. My keyboard is broke. I need to... yeah, I always type too many T's. All right, so we're going to whitelist that. We're going to whitelist fonts.google.com. Yeah, and you can see, like, this is great. This is a beautiful thing, right? It's right now it's blocking the Twitch CDN, and I think that's those are mainly where those are being requested from. And that's awesome because if someone were to get some sort of thing injected into my overlay, it would prevent those requests from happening. I'm running on a VPN. I have already in my DOM Purify code, I route everything that is matched as a source. I route that through an image proxy, but you know, every now and then something might actually make it through. And I do take bad suggestions, so the best place for that is on Vox. So if you do !idea followed by your message, I'll see that here. Eventually we'll start to go through these, but it won't get lost in the chat if you send it here. But I have contemplated, because right now the only badges you can use, that one's actually really cool. It's like a smiley face. But the only badges you can use are from Font Awesome. But I'm totally open to like building our own library of custom badges for things that aren't on the Font Awesome library. This. I'm trying to break the code. No worries. Chat is almost... Do I have any redemptions at 10,000? Code review. Oh, but you want a song? I'd be open to that. Yeah, so we definitely want to do the... I mean, really, I could just whitelist anything twitch.tv and then also whitelist JTVNW. So this, yeah, so somebody just shared that in the chat. Static CDN, that's the Twitch CDN. And thank you, Zamuro, for that follow. Okay, so... yeah, I might add that. 10,000 points, I'll play a song. Does anyone think it's a bad idea to whitelist star.twitch.tv? Is this a bad idea? Escape the periods. Oh yeah, you're totally right. Thank you. Is this a bad idea? Okay, and then well, actually, that blocked badges. Nah, it's fine. I want it to be .star. Cool. So the badges should be able to get through. Oh, yes. Good call, Doc. So this is what's great about having really smart people in the chat is we're basically like pen testing it as we go along. And so this is actually a really, it's a very interesting attack, right? If you're writing an application and you get your matching and your regular expression wrong, somebody could do this. Yeah, like evil domain pound and then your accepted domain. But because I have this, which means it must start with this, you can't do that. But that, like, a lot of sites have been attacked that way because they didn't whitelist in the right way. So yeah, I could make a subfolder with my domain.twitch.tv. You're absolutely right. we're just gonna do that, badges.twitch.tv, because I don't see really any other requests coming from there. And then we need to whitelist the CDN as well. How much for me to sing a song? 10,000 points? I don't know. Forget the ending slashes. Ah. All right. Let's see if I get this one right. It must begin with this. Escape that, escape that, escape that. Escape the period, escape that. It must have a slash on the end. There we go. All right, and so now my UI actually works. Technically, it's still blocking. It blocked 2 requests to Google Fonts, though. Fonts.gstatic. Oh, I see. So these are actually nested requests that happen after the request to fonts.googleapis.com. If I were used to star, it would also mean it also must be, yeah, so it must, so that way it's matched up against the HTTP. I think we're going to leave it there. I don't know of anything else that is actually requested from Twitch TV, but we'll update this on an ongoing basis. I mean, if we find things that are trying to be requested and we're not allowing them, we can always add them. Make a function where I plug in the URL and escapes it for regex. We've already gone too far. But I mean, yeah, that would be a good function to write to basically auto escape it for us. But you can automate things sometimes, but if you just do it by hand, sometimes it's faster. That's true. If we just passed it into a new regex, a 3Q kata. Could I download the fonts instead of requesting them from a CDN? You can, but it's actually best practice to download Google Fonts from their CDN. But it would prevent requests from needing to happen. You're right. We're going to leave it for now. We're trying to do the minimum possible to keep it working. And then in the future, we'll start adding new features and make it work better. Why escape the colons? I probably don't have to. Make a function so you can't typo the regex. I guess that's true. Do I not need to escape this? Let's try it. Cool. And what's up, Mr. Demon Wolf? Welcome to the show. Everyone should check out Mr. Demon Wolf. He's a member of our live coders team. And yeah, welcome. And thank you for that hydrate and the stretch. Cool. But what I'll show you is, look at this. We have a nice transparent draggable Electron window that is whitelisting requests. So that's good. In the future, we're going to need to add like my image proxy here. And eventually we're going to add like my deployed chat server. But yeah. We're working on the Sproutkit in this chat overlay. Do I want to try the idea of redirecting 404 images as well? It would fix the issue of missing profile images. Yeah, I'm down with that. Because where are we in that? So not on before requests. You could say like after. Thanks to Daniel, reference good coder. Oh, cool. Oh, there's, okay, I'll get rid of those. On error occurred. Is this the one we want, Doc, to listen for 404s? And Hugo is asking, do I think it's the developers, or do I think it's the responsibility of the developer to make sure the API endpoint is secure? Reason being, I once found an exploit, and the excuse was it wasn't the dev's job. No, I think like security is every developer's responsibility. You might say that like your client didn't pay for the thing to be secure, but I mean, they're paying you to build an app that works, and that can't be hacked. Like it should be implied that you build something that cannot be broken or hacked by other people. So yeah, when I build things, I try to make them secure. I do my best. And so I work for a software consultancy, and sometimes we hire a penetration testing company to test it, and then I fix anything that they find. But I think security is every developer's responsibility. My next version of my app was 4.2. Nice. On headers received, and if it has a 404, then rewrite the status. Okay, I can do that. Yeah, it's very hard, but you can always try. Code reviews are good. Yeah. Basically, like, get other people to look at your code to make sure that you're doing it decently. On headers received? All right, we can try it. Yeah, exactly. Like, there are a ton. I mean, one that we've shown on the stream before is the Mozilla Observatory. I mean, this isn't a pen testing tool, but pen testers use this. Basically, you can pass in a website. I think we did it with, we got like an F once on one of our sites, but let's try it with Fox. And it will tell you if you've set up HTTPS for correctly, if you're setting, oh, yeah, I get an F. I get an F here. But we're going to fix this. It's mainly an F because I'm not setting these headers. But I don't know. It's fine. You could load this thing into an iframe. It's not a big deal. However, if you do set these headers, it's one more thing that the browser is doing on your behalf to prevent certain attacks from happening. So there's a tool like this, the TLS Observatory. Yeah, NF. That's good enough. At least it's not a Z, right? No, we'll fix it. But yeah, there are automated, I mean, that's what a lot of pen testers use is automated tools. They just do automated scans, and things that are detected then have human oversight to just explore further. Okay, session.default session.web request.on, not that, on headers received. So we get the details, and we get the callback. Yes, press F. Press F in the chat. Okay. Yeah, and the reason I'm not worried about this website is because I'm not storing any sort of credentials on it right now. This is literally just reading data from an API that's totally open and displaying that data on the page. Users cannot log in. There isn't anything that you could do malicious here. I mean, potentially if it's vulnerable to cross-site scripting, you could send someone a link that then runs scripts and like redirects them somewhere. Channel reward, sing a song. But you won't be getting any user credentials or anything like that, which is why I'm not worried about that. But in the future, I will be adding login and all that stuff, and that's when I'm actually going to worry about getting a good grade on that other site. Okay, on headers received. details gives us status code. I got a D-. I passed. So if details.statuscode is equal to a 404 and details.url, let's say ends with, let's do a match. If this is an image. And thank you, Venture, for that follow. Mark is saying, what's my preferred way to set HTTP content negotiation to your version or API? I haven't played around with this too much. Usually, I just have the version in the URL. And I haven't done anything in production yet that has needed to go from a API/v1 to an API/v2. So I haven't really had to think about it much. We thought about it in our community project where basically there was the possibility that you could pass in the API version in a header, and then the backend would decide what to serve up. But for now, it's just in the URL. So if it's API/v1, then it goes to the v1 routes. If it's API/v2, it goes to the v2 routes. I haven't used any like header negotiation. Oh, nice. Hugo's is a pen tester. There are a few pen testers that watch the show. Okay. Yeah, Toasted Cheeses says v1 or v2 in the URL. All right, so we're going to say if the URL is an image. So it matches that, we reach the end, and then we have InstaFluff with the raid. Welcome, everyone. We've gotten raided a lot today, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Oh, Larry's here too. Check out Larry and InstaFluff. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, 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 raiders. Come on in. Come on in. Welcome to the coding garden. What we're doing right now is we're writing a regular expression that will match on an image. So we want PNG or JPG or JPEG or SVG or bitmap. Does anybody use bitmaps anymore? Oh, that's true. GIF? Yeah, GIF. Cool. I can do JP E, which is optional G. Okay, but let's take a step away from. Yes, I pronounce it GIF. GIF with a soft G. But welcome, raiders. If you have not checked out InstaFluff, you absolutely should. One of the comfiest, if not the comfiest, it is the comfiest stream on Twitch. He's also a member of our Life Coders team, so click that link, drop a follow. He's a great dude. I always enjoy hanging out there, but I've been pretty busy lately. And I had the day off today, so I'm trying to work on my overlays to get them finished, because they're never finished, and I need to get them at least in a place where they can be usable. But also check out Larry NY. He's a member of our Life Coders team. And welcome, raiders. I lurked your stream earlier, InstaFluff. It looks like you were working on... I don't even know what you were working on, but welcome. Welcome, welcome. And hello, B. Dougie. Thank you for that follow. I would just assume that, okay, let's say, yeah, that's true. If it's a 404, let's just do it. We're not even going to, there, regular expression gone. Graphical, not graphical. You're right, I could check the MIME type header. I think it's fine. It's fine. Tiff? And thank you, Sparky Pugwash, for that follow. Comfy, the comfiest. I saw InstaFluff recently for the first time, and I felt very comfortable watching. That's awesome. That's how it should be. And thank you, Beth Sir, for that follow. Yes. You might need my Twitch team shout-out bot, InstaFluff. It's open source. This thing. It uses Node. And actually, this uses Node.js with module syntax. This was my first time writing a Node.js app that used a module syntax, because that's supported. It's been supported since version 12 now. So import TMI from TMI.js inside of Node. Yeah. But this is the bot that shouts people out if you want to check it out. Roses are red, violets are blue. Danny Gino followed you. Thank you very much, Danny Gino. All right, we'll do this, Doc. That's the response. Yeah. Giraffical. Wait, what? What are you all talking about? Oh yeah. And welcome everyone. So first of all, props to Instafluff for inventing the drop game. So the drop game is this thing here, but Instafluff is the inventor and sole proprietor of Penguin Drop. But you can do drop just like on Instafluff's chat. But I made my own version where if you land in the garden here, no, it didn't happen. You'll get your name on the leaderboard. This chair is from IKEA. What's it called? I forget what it's called, but it's an old IKEA chair. They don't sell this. They don't sell this color anymore, but it is an IKEA chair. The other thing is we've added this new stuff. You might like this, Instafluff. Is we have badges. So you might see next to some people's name, you can see their country, like Germany, or Bosnia, or the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, or United States of America, or Antarctica. So if you do !country or !flag, followed by your country name, Morocco, Nigeria, it will put a flag next to your name in my chat. And then the thing after that is a badge. So, yeah, there we go. Instafluff from the US of A. And Infy's in Germany. But then that link there to the brands are all font awesome brands. So if you do !team followed by one of the brands, like this is that a Cobra? Team Vue.js, Team JavaScript. So !team followed by any one of those. They're not persistent yet, but I have all of the data. So when I move to my new backend, I'm going to import it all over. US and A. Yeah, so there's GitHub, there's Twitch, nice. JavaScript, React, nice. Armenia, oh, welcome, unknown. Have I not watched Star Wars? It's so small, I can't tell what it is. Yeah, Twitch is the best team. Badges. Hello, Pinky. Oh yeah, Stack Overflow, Firefox team. Can I create a Twitch clip of me introducing myself and what I do for us to send to new viewers? Yeah, the thing is, it's a little impersonal to send someone a video. I don't mind just explaining myself all the time. That's why we're here. It's Twitch. People are coming and going, and I don't mind. Python, nice. Xbox, Jenkins, nice, cool. Brazil. Very good. Okay. So, what we were working on is if a 404 happens, we're actually going to rewrite it. Did I still have that copy and pasted what Doc sent me? Yeah, here we go. So the status line 302 found, and then we can send back an image. Hello, and I'm going to use your image, Pimp LASIK. This yellow user image is going to be the default. Actually, we should choose a green one. Is there anybody that has a default? Oh, I actually still don't know what it is. I'm sorry. Is it from Star Wars? But does anybody have a default green image like this? There's like a bluish one. I kind of like that one from Yukurai. That one. Oh, the default should be... Okay, but here's the thing. So it's going to be a rewrite response header with that. Because basically what we're writing is if an image is not found, we're going to replace it with this. But let's see what this is, Doc. Oh, you can make one? I don't want to make you work she.mo, but she.mo makes really cool things. Really cool things. Yeah, there we go. View. Nice. All right, what is this, Doc? Oh, that's me. That's the WAT emote. Cool. I think we're gonna rewrite it to be this. Use that one? No. It's actually pretty fun. Oh yeah, I'll do the trolled one. Yeah, I'm gonna do the trolled one. That one's funny. I'm about it. Perfection. Is that here? Is that... Wait, there's a lot going on. Yeah, trolled. This is coming from Better Twitch TV. That one or Riot? It's the default. Yeah, so sure. Yeah, it's not just avatars. It is the default for any image that does not load. Oh, and then can we go like 4 times? How big does better Twitch TV get? And hello, Ryan. Welcome. 3 times? Yeah. That's the default image. For anything not found. There we go. But we absolutely need to now whitelist better Twitch TV. Hello, life is overrated. What got you into being a coding content creator? It's a great question. Thank you for asking. So about 4 or 5 years ago, I moved to Denver, Colorado. Hello. That's their name. That is their name. That is, yes, I am Lenid. I think that's how clothes work. Cool. Let's put that there. Put this there, and then I'll answer that question. Yeah, so what got me into creating coding-related content? It was mainly because I was a code school teacher for a little over 3 years. And thank you very much, MCAR, for those 100 bits. What are these badges things? I'm not quite working on badges. We're working on the Electron app, and we're adding security in to only whitelist certain URLs. I am 75 years young. I'm younger than Instafluff. I think he's in his 80s. Okay. 3 years ago. no, it was like 4 or 5 years ago. I started teaching at a code school. And before I started teaching at that code school, I actually did not, I had not taught coding or web development before. How are you going to throw Instafluff? I'm not throwing him under the bus. It's accurate. Instafluff's in his 80s. I'm in my 70s. When we're this old, we don't really care about age. Where is that message? It was from Mr. Demon Wolf. Here, we're going to highlight it. There we go. There. If you do exclamation mark project, you can see links to all the Sproutkit stuff. Okay. Question from Mr. Demon Wolf. What got you into being a coding content creator? So, roughly 4 years ago, I started teaching at a code school. Now, before I started teaching at that code school, I didn't actually know that I wanted to be a teacher, like a teacher of programming and web development. I had just left a large enterprise where I was a software engineer. And I was doing a little soul searching, like trying to figure out where do I want to work. I knew I didn't want to work in a large enterprise anymore. I wanted to find something. I started looking at startups. But then I found Galvanize, which is where I taught for a little over 3 years. And I had never taught before. And so I learned how to be a teacher. And that was my daily job. And thank you, Sir Lancelot, for the Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate you. No. I worked for one of the largest oil companies in the world. Not Galvanize is a startup, or was a startup. I don't know what they are anymore. They've gotten acquired several times. But Galvanize is who I went to work with after that. And that's where I taught coding school, taught people how to code. And so I did that for like 3 years. I started to really like teaching. And after teaching for probably like a little over 2 years is when I started live streaming. So if you look at my my YouTube channel, actually I'll show you just like the videos from my YouTube channel. If you go to this site, scroll all the way down. Nice, thank you, Shedot. Hold on to that. Beautiful. But I think we're gonna use the trolled one. Maybe we can rotate between it. But if you go to this one. This was, let's see, February 19th, 2018. This was the very first live stream that I ever did, where I kicked off Coding Garden. And the thing is, I had already been teaching for a couple of years at this time, but I wanted to do it beyond just teaching people in the classroom. Like, I wanted to somehow create web content for it as well. And it actually started with some of these other videos, like these videos, like how to build a CRUD API. I made those videos explicitly for my students. Like, I was teaching a class of about 30 students. I only had a teaching assistant, and it was really just us. So it was a very high student to teacher ratio. and to remain sane and be able to handle teaching that many people all at the same time, I started to create videos. So that way, if someone had a question, I would be like, all right, go watch this video first, and then if you have questions, come back to me afterwards. I mean, and often they would come back with like good questions, for one, because they'd had a chance to like work with that thing. So a lot of these original videos on my channel are just videos that I made for my students. That's how I got started, and then I just started to start doing the live streaming thing. And I think around like this time, I actually quit my job at Galvanize. So I was unemployed for like a good 3 months. I was unemployed for a good 3 months where I was streaming like 5 days a week. And that's when a lot of these early live streams happened. And back then, there were not hundreds of people watching. Yes. Yes, the Vue extravaganza. But back then, my live streams would maybe have like 5 people watching. But I tried to make them engaging, and I treated it like a classroom. And if you look at these videos, like this one has 20,000 views. So when I did it live, only 5 people were watching. But now people have found it afterwards, and they still find it useful. So that's how I got started in being a content creator. My first video. The thing is, there's probably videos that are older than at least the first public video. What is this one? No. You trying to rickroll me? Cool. So that's how I got started, and then as you all are a part of the next phase in. You're all a part of the next phase in the Coding Garden content creation, because for the longest time I live streamed on YouTube. So I think I tried to live stream on Twitch like once or twice, and it just didn't get the same traction as YouTube. And the thing about YouTube is when you're live on YouTube, YouTube actually recommends you to other people that are watching non-live videos, and so that's how a lot of people found my channel on YouTube. But recently I switched over to Twitch, where I'm now streaming live on Twitch. But yeah, these are all the old videos. Oh no, I closed my chat UI. Oh no. But yeah, anything more you want to know about that? I think that answers most of how I got started in it. And now I really like it. And I do have a full-time job, so I don't get to do this all the time. But I am off today, which is why I'm streaming. Where are we? Cool. My best video is where I'm making model view controller from scratch with a lot of people. Oh, nice. Yeah, that was at a meetup talk. I now stream on exclusivity. Wait, did I say that? I'm getting sidetracked. I don't know. Well, thank you, Unknown. I think there are brown switches. Yeah, a lot of people found my channel from web scraping videos or like the Vue.js videos. Yeah. And thank you all for these follows. Hello, Igor. Welcome. Redeem history time. Oh, that would be cool. Oh, Shedot found me when they looked for Vue. Majestic Guy found me looking for Feathers.js. But there are actually a ton of follows that I did not acknowledge. And I appreciate you all. Muselimov, this person, Ryan.zip, and Admiral. Thank you all for those follows. And Pimp, thank you for that follow as well. Oh yeah, and I did a Coding Drain collab. That was awesome. And I just looked. That video has 190,000 views. Raimu! With the reverse raid! Welcome everyone. We raided Raimu earlier, but I'm streaming again. Welcome, raiders. Oh, my teacher showed me your channel. Nice. That's great. Yeah, but check out Raimu. They're a member of our Live Coders team. And they've been working on this thing, migrating JSON to SQLite, which is pretty interesting to watch. They have like a web-based game. And thank you, Ryatoru, for your follow. I found you searching for people who've been rickrolled the most. Oh no, but what I wanted to show you was the Coding Train collaboration. Mega Raid Friday! I think the thing is, I'm not normally streaming during this time. Yeah, but look at this. 190,000 views. So I was living in New York City. So while I was working for Galvanize, after the break that I mentioned that I took, I moved to New York City to teach the last 3 months of a class there. And while I was in New York City, I linked up with the Coding Train, and he had me on his show, and I did a live stream on his show. It was 190,000 views. But this is where a ton of people, not again. It's okay. It's what we do here. We've been rated by a lot of people. A lot of people are new in the channel. It's okay. I'm okay with explaining what we're doing, why we're doing it, all that good stuff. But yeah, we did that collab, and then recently he came onto my stream. If we search for that again, and we built a Discord bot. So this was interesting because we were actually not in the same room, but we used technology to make it look like, using like green screens to make it look like we were basically like coding together. But we made a Discord bot together, which is pretty cool. And if you haven't heard of Coding Train, I'm sure you have, but if you haven't, check him out. He's one of the awesomest online coding instructors, and he just does really, really cool stuff on stream. This past week, he was doing late night coding. And then this coming week, he's going to do morning show coding. He's great. Check out the Coding Train. All right, but welcome, Raiders. We're working on a lot of stuff. If you do !project, you can get a link to all the stuff that we're working on. Basically, what you see over here is an Electron chat window. Yeah, I agree. If you like InstaFluff, you'll definitely like Coding Train. Not probably, definitely. But this is an Electron app that shows all of the incoming chat messages, and we are we're rewriting it. So I have multiple applications that all do very similar things. So if you ever look, and actually I'll show you really quick. Can take a quick stretch. But if you've ever joined at the beginning or the end of a stream, you will see this. Wait for it. I'm not ending. Don't worry, I'm not ending. I just want to show you. Cool. So you see how the chat is on there? That's an overlay screen, and all of the code is just copy pasted. It's basically these exact same components, but they're just copy and pasted into another app. And I'll see you later, Goldie Dev. No, stream's not over. It's not over. Stop it. But basically, we have this Electron UI, we have the stream overlay, and then I have this website, Vox Populi, which allows people in the chat to ask questions, share ideas, or share submissions, and they will show up here. But as you can see, they all look very similar. The components look exactly the same. So what we're doing is we are building reusable components in this thing called Sproutkit. These are reusable components like the avatar component and the Twitch badges component. And yeah, and that's the other thing. Because that other UI is copy pasted, it doesn't have badges or teams. So what we're doing is we're consolidating all of it. We've been working on the components, and then today we're actually working on the Electron app. So this is it. You see it. It looks almost exactly the same, but this is a new Electron app that's actually using these reusable components. And pretty soon we're going to hook it up to my backend so that basically you'll get a very similar experience to this, but it'll be the new reusable components, and then we can start to refactor those other apps as well. So that's what we're working on. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the raids. And thank you, Ryatoru and Ryalaray and Raimu. Thank you for those follows. Yeah, Robin, there are a lot of people that knew me about, knew about Coding Garden before the Coding Train collabs, for sure. Could I make a way to customize it like the default colors? Yeah, and it is customizable. I'll show you. So the chat card that we worked on actually accepts a color. Wait, where did that go? Here. Let's look at this. I'll show you. So what we were working on right now is more like security related things for the Electron app. Is we're whitelisting what URLs can be requested, but I will show you this component accepts a background color. So if I say background color tomato, tomato? Tomato. Where is it? Where'd it go? Oh, did I spell tomato wrong? It should have at least showed up as like white. Is that it? This is the one. But you mean from what? Oh, in a settings page. Yes. Yes. Big, like the big big idea, the end goal of all of this is once we have like reusable components and all this stuff, like all of this could have like a control dashboard, right? You could control your default colors. You could control how messages appear. This could be an app that anybody installs on their computer to use the chat overlay, different things like that. Yeah, that's the end goal. We are very far away from that. we are months away from that. But eventually, that's why I'm trying to make this stuff more reusable. Because right now, it's all open source. Like even this crappy Electron app is open source, but it's really hard to use, really hard to set up. So I want to make it more usable. What am I doing? Oh yeah, we're restarting this. Okay, we broke it. Oh, you're right. I was finishing typing those. We've probably broken it with the URL regexes. Where are we? Yeah, I would want to do it like legit. Okay, for now, this seems to have broken something. You hit the corner in the drop game? Oh, nice work. Nice work, Majestic Eye. Yeah, so that's the other thing for all the newbies here. We have the drop game, which was invented by InstaFluff. We actually just got rated by InstaFluff right before you got here. But you can do drop me, and it'll drop your avatar. And look at that, Chad didn't quite make it to the leaderboard, but they did land in the garden. So if you're, oh look at that, if your drop lands in the garden, you will potentially get your name on the leaderboard. Yeah. All right. What are we doing? Regex. We're working on the regex. This seems to have broken something. Let's see. Wait. Okay. Great. So here's our Electron app. Oh. It was breaking because I was redirecting to a non-whitelisted URL. That makes sense. All right. What did I just close things accidentally? Okay, there's that. Wait, what is this? Oh, I have two Electron windows running. All right, this one can be closed. This one is that one. Yeah, so it needs an icon. Yeah, right now it's just like the default Electron icon. All that good stuff. Okay. What we want to do... I guess I closed VS Code. Oh, I'm a mess. Okay. I'm gonna show you. I think nobody asked for it because what Mr. Demonwolf was asking was totally separate. But you technically can specify different background colors and stuff like that. So if I spell tomato correctly, we should get a nice little tomato colored. Oh God. Ziggy with the resub. Thank you very much, Ziggy. I've said this multiple times today, but for anybody that resubs with Twitch Prime, you're awesome, right? Because you literally have to come back and click that button. It's not automatic, and I appreciate you for doing that. No E in the CSS color. I don't even know where the app went. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. So we get nice tomato-colored chat window. All of that for that. And thank you, Garzu, for the follow. Do I know a template project for Electron Vue? Yeah, so you can do what we did here today. So you generate an app with the Vue CLI, and then just do Vue add Electron Builder. But Electron Builder is the one that you're looking for. All right, let's put it back. Put it back. We were working on whitelisting. Let's get that working. We're gonna whitelist better Twitch TV emotes. And we're going to whitelist Frakerface emotes. Tomato. It seems to be missing. Yeah, so it's missing. For some reason, it doesn't show up here sometimes. Sometimes it does show up in my window switcher. Okay, so we're whitelisting those. We are not, yeah, we are whitelisting that, so that should be fine now. Let's see if this works. Oh, otherwise, return callback with, I think this was the issue. On a successful request, we weren't returning the callback. But what we're doing here is if there's ever a 404, we're replacing it with this emote. So there we go. That's there. That's great. But if for whatever reason we tried to load an image that is not found, like let's say in the slot down here, we try to do like an image. src is wat.com. It broke. It should not have broke. Do we need the HTTP? Well, that's not working. Let's see, are we getting the log? We don't see not found. Let's open up the DevTools. Not found. Localhost 8081. Blocked by client. Oh. Yeah, the block is interrupting it. That's actually what's happening. So it's not, yeah, it's not whitelisted. I guess technically we could, instead of blocking it, we could rewrite it to this URL, right? Watching my videos at 3 a.m. Well, welcome, Fimasan. What happens if we don't block it? There's two situations. The server returns a 404, which we're handling, or the URL is just complete nonsense. But it's this other scenario where our blocker has blocked it, so it never gets to the 404. Let's do this. Status line is not available. Response headers? I guess we'll just overwrite the URL. Yes. So if something is blocked, you get the trolled emote like that. That's actually pretty great. So anything that comes through is blocked. I probably want it way smaller. Let's make the blocked emote like 1x. Yeah, so it's like little tiny one. Why does Andrew get to be the example? He was the example yesterday. We also want to hook into web request.onErrorOccurred. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we kind of, I think we want the same thing. Can I be the example? I mean, I hate to just copy and paste, but I think it's going to be very similar. So like on error occurred. Apparently it doesn't give us details in callback. All right, we're not going to handle that now. I'll make Samwise Gardner the example. It's fine. We're about to hook into the API, and then we're going to show everybody. I think this is good enough for now. So, okay, last idea. Allow clicking external links with Discord-style confirmation. In the existing will navigate handler, you can call dialog.showMessageBox. Yeah. This is in the ideas list. Here. This idea came from Andrew. Use confirm URL and shell open external. We'll do that eventually. I think at this point, I just want to get basic stuff. All right, and I'll see you later, Krish. Can't keep my eyes open. Well, thanks for being here. Have a good night. Okay, so idea number 345. Thank you, Lufad, for that follow. All right, we've got that. What's happening now? I think we need to tap into our backend API. And thank you, Scott, for that follow as well. We'll bookmark this. This is steps, keys to remaining secure when using Electron. So we'll come back to that for sure. We've played GeoGuessr a few times. Okay. What now? I don't know what to do with my hands. I thought we were... Oh, wait. That URL was not found. No. Wait, don't. All right, so I'm going to stop showing that 404 image. We're going to go back to the dinosaur emote. Great. Oh, yeah, I'll share that link for sure. Security considerations. We should clean the response for message from the backend before ending the stream at some point. You mean the backend is the thing that will do the sanitization, like the DOM purify? Yeah, it's looking for those source maps. If you well, yeah, it's not happening anymore, but cool. So I'm coding in JavaScript in a framework called Vue.js, which is running inside of something called Electron, and the editor I'm using is called VS Code. But this is technically Vue.js, which is technically JavaScript. I mean the user and message objects that contain useless properties. Oh, yeah, let's go ahead and do that because it's already really messy. All right, before we hook up the backend, right now I've got all of these interfaces: badges, badge info, user, message, country, and I'm gonna clean them up a little bit. Yeah, let's clean them up. JavaScript. I probably use design patterns. I don't really think in design patterns. Design patterns are useful for interviews, useful if you're working at like a large enterprise and you need to speak in design patterns, but I kind of just write code. I don't know. Okay. Now, as we can see, really the only things that are required are user.displayname, user.name, user.logo, and user.description. So, type, optional. Updated at, optional. Follow, I don't want that to be optional. Eventually, I'm going to use follow. Actually, no, I'll do that from the outside world. Follow, optional. Subscription, not optional, because that needs to be passed down to the avatar. Created at, optional. Bio is optional, and ID is optional. Okay, so that's our user interface. Let's put that into a file. And then we need to bring those other things in as well. So follow goes to its own file. Subscription. Raimu is saying, there are some design patterns I use so much I don't even think about it anymore, like the visitor and publish subscribe. Absolutely. And welcome, the live coders. Everyone's rating us today, but welcome. And nothing as is with the 1500 bits. Wow. I appreciate you. But welcome, the live coders. Were you doing an interview? One of those interview things? And is it lucky number 7? Is that who we're dealing with here? Okay, oh, cool. Were either of you on there? What was happening? Let me know. What was happening? It is Lucky. Nice. Welcome, Lucky. Yeah, but everyone, so you all know, I'm on the Live Coders team. You can click the link down there. But if you follow literally the channel, The Live Coders, they've been doing interviews with members of the Live Coders team. So definitely check them out. Drop a follow. And it looks like, were you interviewing the bald bearded builder? Wait, what? Wait, what? And Shines Love, thank you for that gifted sub. And I am not myself, who's a member of our Live Coders team. I don't know if I've seen you in here before, but welcome. Click that link, check them out. Thank you for the raid. And Callow Creation, we know Callow. We've raided them before. Welcome, Callow. Hope you're doing okay. They're also a member of our Live Coders team. And thank you, Red Apps, for that follow. Yeah, it is Raid Friday. We have literally been raided 5 times now. But welcome, Lucky. Yeah, and check out the Live Coders. Lucky's is doing interviews over there. Who are we dealing with? Who? What? What's happening? Bald Bearded Builder is a member of our Live Coders team. Welcome. Sourcecroot is also a member of our Live Coders team. We've raided them before. They do cool VR stuff. I don't know if we've had a chance to raid the Bald Bearded Builder, but I've hung out over there before. Welcome. Yes, Live Coders. Oh, no worries, no worries. And thank you for the follow. I am not myself. And the Live Coders. I appreciate you. Yeah, we're doing good. It's a chill Friday, though there's been a lot of hype. There's been a lot of raids. But welcome, everyone. Was it Bald Bearded Builder that was being interviewed? Is that what happened? It seems like that would be the case, if that's the name of the stream title. How did it go, by the way? Cool. Chat, what is the collective noun for mini raids? Oh, chat. Also, you can't say raid. Like Murder of Crows. I don't like to refer to chat as chat. Not all. Sometimes I do, but it feels a little impersonal. I don't know. Unfortunately for everyone viewing, it was me. Nice. Well, hopefully it went well. An invasion of raids. And thank you, Rollers, for that hydrate. Okay, check out Vox 228. I'll take a look. Yeah, and for those of you new here, this we're working on a lot of things. And this is the 10th time we've explained it today. That's okay. That's okay. Vox Populi is a site that I built where people in the chat can submit things. So you can do !ask, !idea, !submit. It'll show up here. Others can upvote or comment, and then it'll show up here as well. But number 228, where is that? Make the Vox front end a 2-column layout for big screens. I'm open to that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that suggestion. But as you can see, this website looks very similar to my chat overlay. So this is an Electron window that I built. And they look very similar. And then also, I'm not going on break, but I just want you to see this. You can see the overlay looks almost exactly the same. Parts of it are broken, but basically all of that is just copy and pasted code. And we are working on consolidating it, creating reusable components. The stream is not over. Stop it, everyone. We're basically taking all these things that look the same and making sure that they actually use the same code so that they can be improved together. But we have not reached feature parity yet. We have a basic Electron window with a single chat message, and right now we're just doing some refactoring. We're pulling out these interfaces that were all defined in the same file. Don't pack it up. Stay. I don't know what interface I just copied. Country. Cool. Yeah, overlays are fun. It's always fun to do. Oh, I don't know what I copied. What was it? Country? I keep getting distracted. Country. We need a file for the interface country. Yes. I'm I'm all over the place today. All right. And so one thing we did was we made quite a few of the properties inside of the user interface professional developer. Optional, and the message is also like the majority of the properties in that are going to be optional. Really, the only ones that I care about are message.content and I think message.badgesRaw. Everything else is optional. Oh, thank you, Deboda. I think my T key keeps. It's not double tapped. It's like I think it gets stuck. It gets stuck if I press it too many times. So yeah, we backspace. The thing is, like, I'm not trying to impersonate Instafluff, but I watch a lot of Instafluff, and he kind of influences me, and so sometimes I sound like him. Professional streamer, in the words of Instafluff. Professional coder. Okay. What am I doing? We're making properties optional. Really, what we care about. And Kev Griff with the raid. Welcome, everyone. Hashtag Raid Friday. Just send everyone over here. You know, the thing is, this is the 7th raid today. Actually, here's another cool thing. This dashboard was created by Alka, who's a member of our live coders team, but also an amazing coder. He's a bot and a mod in many different channels, but this dashboard is great. It shows you new subs, gifted subs, resubs, bits, and I can see for sure. Our first raid was by Girl Lazo, then RWX Rob, then Adam, then Instafluff, Raimu, the live coders, and now Kev Griff. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, raiders. I appreciate you all. Thanks for being here. But this dashboard is super cool. Alka built it probably a few months ago, but we're potentially going to pair on recreating this thing with Vue.js. Yeah, it's pretty sweet, pretty slick. But welcome, Kev Griff. Thanks for that follow. You have arrived at the coding garden. I will explain one more time what we're doing. And then, if we get raided again, I'll explain it again, because I don't mind. I don't mind at all. But, welcome, raiders. We've got this overlay. It's an Electron window. We've got this app. It lets people ask questions, submit ideas, vote, and comment on them. We've got, I'm not leaving, but we've got this, which is an overlay inside of OBS that looks the same. But basically, each one of those things that I just showed you is copy-pasted code. Copy-pasted code. No, it's not by. We're still here. No, stop it. They're all copy-pasted code. So what we've been working on is what I'm calling Sproutkit, which are basically reusable Vue components that we're going to... Our first step was to create these components. So... So we have this avatar component which has props and you can put it as different sizes. We have this user info where you can pass in the badges string that comes back from Twitch IRC and it'll automatically pull in the badge images. You can specify different colors. We also, so this is fun for all the new raiders, not the people that have raided. Another cool thing I have in my overlay are these badges. So if you do !team followed by any valid font awesome brand name, it will appear here. So Infy's on Team Firefox, Mr. Demon Wolf's on Team Xbox, Majestic Eyes on Team Vue.js. Yeah, so if you do !team followed by something, it'll add the team. If you do !flag or !country followed by your country name, it'll add a country flag next to your name. And we've handled that inside of this component. So you just pass down the country code and it automatically adds the country. You do have to add the CSS for flag icon. Yeah, Team Internet Explorer. Oh, Team Mandalorian. Is that what that is? That's from The Mandalorian? Yeah, somebody asked about my Mac specs. It's this one. So I'm using a 2015 MacBook Pro with the Radeon graphics card. And thank you very much for that host, Acid Spark. Yeah, this is it. These are the specs. Okay, so this is what we're building. We're building reusable components. And right now what we're doing is we are recreating this Electron window using those reusable components. And I'm in the process of refactoring some interfaces because they had a bunch of required properties. And I'm making it so that only a few are required. Implement the logo. Oh yeah, and my T key is sticky. Sometimes it presses twice. Let's keep going. All right, display name is required. Emotes, not required. Flags, not required. ID, not required. Mod, not required. We use the badges to determine if they're a mod. Room ID, not required. Subscriber, not required. TMI sent time, not required. Well, no, because we have a created at field. I think the only thing required here are badges raw, because that's the badge string which we pass into the user info component. A light year away, I absolutely can. I don't, but I'm not going to. But yeah, there's all the links to the GitHub and the deployed app and stuff like that. Okay, so username required, name required, created at required. I'm gonna say only content is required. There we go. And now, let's pull this out. It's going to go into its own file called message. Make them all not required and let toString figure out the undefined. The thing is, if I wasn't in TypeScript, I would. If I wasn't in TypeScript, I wouldn't have to define these interfaces anyways. I wouldn't even define prop types. I'd just pass it down. I would tell you what's required. And again, I forgot what I copied. What are we copying? Badge info. Doesn't work. It does. You're from Belgium on Team PlayStation. We'll get there. We'll get there. Badge info. Okay. Badges. New interface. Call it badges. And right now, some of those interfaces are broken because they don't exist. So I'm missing the default. Okay, I'll fix those. But we should be able to auto import user. No code actions found. Well, what about message? No code actions. We might need to fix the interfaces first. So like user needs follow. So we need to import follow. And that wasn't a default export. We need default exports on everything. Can I break down the main differences of JavaScript and TypeScript in the code? Yeah, so the thing about TypeScript is it is runtime type checking. Whenever you ship your code, whenever it like becomes an actual website that people use, all of your type annotations, all of that just goes away and isn't. Yes, types. All of that goes away and isn't in your code base. TypeScript is a developer convenience. It makes it so that whenever we're writing code, our editor can help us better in determining what properties are required on an object, or what's the type of certain arguments to a function, or how many arguments does a function accept. So, yeah, you're right. Yeah, sorry. They're stripped away at compile time. So the moment TypeScript is converted into JavaScript, developer inconvenience. I mean, that's kind of how I see it the majority of the time. But in a scenario like this, in a scenario where I am creating components that have props that are usable by other people, TypeScript makes a whole lot of sense, because when I distribute these components, I can distribute my type definition files as well. And so other developers, when they use these Vue components inside of their editor, it's going to immediately tell them, hey, these are the props that you have available to you. Oh, nice. Is that Futura? Sick. I'll show you in a more basic way. Yeah, like if you look at this interface, this is basically a description of an object. This describes that we will have an object that has two properties, code and name. At the end of the day, all that is something like this, like name, United States. Well, actually, I don't even need the quotes there. United States, and code, US. This is invalid code, but regardless. That. Okay, so in JavaScript, this is all you would need to write. You create an object, it has a name, and it has a code. But in JavaScript, objects they can be anything, right? Winners close HTML tags. Sorry for that. And thank you, Smiley, for that hydrate. Yeah, so Acid Spark has it. Basically, because you could write JavaScript code like this. You could write JavaScript code that just uses an object. It has the properties, name, and code on it. But there's nothing telling anyone else that this is what your object should look like. But an interface in TypeScript basically says, hey, your object must have a code property and must have a name property. And we're using that eventually whenever we in the component, when you see the country flag or the country name, that's where we're using that information. So the major differences are that it's stricter JavaScript. It's stricter rules around what you can do, and it helps other developers and potentially helps yourself. Most of the time for me, it's a bit of an inconvenience because it's a lot faster to not write all of these interfaces and to just write the code, but you potentially have more bugs. Not sponsored by Versal. Thank you, Imcar, for that stretch. Yeah, and then Toasted Cheeses has it, especially helpful for new developers. It's basically like documentation embedded in your code. Can you choose when to use TypeScript and when not to within the same code base? Absolutely. Check it out. I could create a new file called wat.ts. And at the top of this file, I can just say ts no check. And now I can do anything I want. I can create a variable called hamburger. And I can put a string in it that says wat. And then on the next line, I can put the number 42 into that variable. And it's totally fine, right? TypeScript doesn't care. Because the thing is, TypeScript just gets removed eventually. But if I remove that, TypeScript's going to complain. And it's like, hey, hamburger should be a string. So yeah, you can choose not to. Like the thing is about TypeScript and JavaScript is any valid JavaScript is valid TypeScript. Yeah, and your TS config is your TypeScript configuration code. Is that Papyrus? What is that? Yeah, look at me. This is like guess the font name game. Yeah, and it has other things like decorators, which are basically fancy ways of like passing your class into a function and putting properties on it. Thank you, super user, for that follow. Code. Cool. So yeah, TypeScript's interesting. It's helpful, especially for a project like this. But I wouldn't use it all the time. I've talked about it before, but I come from a C# background, so I did C# for 3.5 years, and in C# everything's statically typed. You can't get around it. And then I moved into the JavaScript world where everything is nice and open and free, and you kind of do what you want. And thank you, Jacob Kit, for that follow. And I really liked it. And TypeScript is like going back to the C# days, which I'm not a fan of. So, I mean, C# is fine, but I like the openness that JavaScript affords you. All right, let's see if we can auto import this. Nice. Okay. Auto import. Nice. This is the other thing that's really nice about TypeScript is your editor support. So like if I go into this other file like user right now, it doesn't follow subscription and country are not found. But because I have these other TypeScript files here, when I run these code actions, it's like, oh, there's this other file that exports a thing with the name follow. Do you want to import that? Yeah, easy peasy. So that's really nice. You sort of could maybe do this with JavaScript, but it's not as reliable because there's not as much strict checking of things. Okay. At this point, we will need to import those interfaces back into here. And now, no code actions available. Well, that's fine. I can do it manually. Import user from @/interfaces/user. Great. And then we also need message. Oh yeah, this video is great. I've seen it before, but it shows some of the interesting things in JavaScript. Maybe help a little bit with JS stock. Wait, what? There's too much going on. Well, we have var in dynamic typing, but the thing is, var is just a shorthand. Var says infer the type from the right-hand side, whereas in JavaScript, var says do whatever you want. You can put anything in here. I started using TypeScript with Dino. 1 hour frustration and doc reading, but it's cool after you get the hang of it, for sure. I felt like that when I moved from C# to Java. Yeah. I missed the message from SourceRoot. SourceRoot. Yeah, exactly. This is one thing that I found super interesting as well. Like instead of having to use TypeScript, I actually learned this from Alka. You can put JS stock in your JavaScript files, and then VS Code will give you automatic type completion just based on the JS stock. You don't even have to use TypeScript, which is pretty cool. There's a lot happening. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I think the main issue is user doesn't do a default export. Yeah, export default. Here we go. All right. var is like, don't even use me. I care so little what you do with this variable. So this is a shorthand. This is an alias. So the @ points to the source directory. This is set up beforehand. I believe it might be a linter rule. Or maybe it's a tsconfig rule. Yeah, so the @ maps to source. And that basically is just a convenience. So that way when I'm importing things, I don't have to do relative paths. I don't have to do like .. / components. So the @ is just an alias. Why don't I make backend response slider instead of making a lot of optional key value pairs? Because these props here are almost exactly the props that you get back from the Twitch IRC interface. The only difference is I've replaced anything that was a dash case property with an underscore property. But this is exactly what you get from TMI.js, which is the Twitch IRC interface. So the reason I have all of these properties here is it's very likely that you're going to be getting information from IRC and passing it into these components, which is why I have all of those properties on there instead of making them, just removing them, why they're optional. Well, that's me. Okay, so our component should still work, and does it? It does. So all of that work, let's refresh it to make sure, yeah, all of that work to make sure that it still works. Great. Great. But that actually cleans up our documentation a little bit, and I think I want to do that because what I'm using here is a thing called, is it still running? I guess not. Yeah, and you can see there's my Electron code that prevents stuff from going places. That's the old app, though. npm run style guide? Yeah. So I'm using this thing called style guidist, which allows me to document and display my components. Yeah, there are good things. Isn't that going away pretty soon in favor of everyone using webhooks? I have no idea, but I hope not. I hope not, because the Twitch IRC interface is a beautiful thing, and it's really easy to integrate with. And if it all goes to webhooks, then I will probably stop streaming on Twitch, because one of the main reasons I started streaming on Twitch was because their API was so much better than the YouTube API. There might be other endpoints, but I can't see chat going to webhooks only. There's no way. No way. It might be. I don't know. Can you link a source? And thank you, Smiley, for that hydrate. CJ is burning out. You know, I am getting tired. I've been live for almost 3 hours now. Can I redeem a nap break? Does anyone have a link? Like, is that happening? Can someone link me to webhooks taking over? Because I'm going to be really sad and I'm going to end the stream right now. Webhooks not taking over. Okay, so this is our style guide, and as you can see right now I have, oh, thank you for that other hydrate. I need to go get a glass of water. And thank you, Gigi, for that stretch. Hello, Frozen Official, welcome. I need to clean up these examples because I made all of those a lot of those properties optional. So now in the documentation, which is actually in just this docs tag here, I can remove all of the extraneous properties. So I don't need ID or that. I do need logo. I don't need type or updated at. Actually, don't think I need subscription. And I don't need team. Oh, yes, I do, because that gets passed down. Cool. Wait, did I make team optional? I did, and that's fine. So our documentation gets much simpler. We don't need ID, badges. We don't need color. I think the only thing we need are badges raw and content. Cool. So our documentation gets cleaned up a bunch. Let's fix these two. Yeah. This badge is wrong. Coordinates. Oh, you silly people. This is actually an example of hot dog themed chat cards. And then we want to do this too. This is an example. I think that should be fine. And then we're also doing an example of slots. So our chat card allows you to pass in a slot, which renders, like, you can render custom buttons along the bottom or the top of the chat card. And I need to do that here too. Message. User. Okay, save that. Docs should refresh. And the docs are much simpler now. So this is the chat card component, and this is how you use it. This is reverse hot dog theme, and this is hot dog theme. But basically, you can specify a background color and a color. And then here's like a nice dark background with red text. And then you can specify things that'll appear in the top right, like a close icon like that, or you can specify things that appear at the bottom here. Cool. All right. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the fact that we cleaned up the documentation. Great work, everyone. What do we do next? I need to take a break, honestly. I have found that Vue does not use JSX. Cool. Yeah, so you technically can use JSX, but the way we're doing it here is our template is just, I mean, it looks like HTML. There are some special things, like any property you see that has a colon in front of it, that's a vbind, which makes it so that you can basically send a valid JavaScript expression into that prop. But other than that, if you leave that off, then it's just a string. And then information being interpolated inside of an element uses handlebars. So there's that. But other than that, it's mainly just HTML. There's a few custom directives like vif, v4, but it's pretty easy. Did you literally design this from just a div? Wow, great work. Great work, Imphy. That's amazing. I love it. Do I always drink an energy drink? Usually when I'm streaming, it keeps me, what do you call it? It keeps me going. I don't know. I talk so much. There's a lot happening in the chat, and I'm trying to explain the code. So I need energy. Hello, Katoli. Welcome. Do I have any non-fancy way to explain slots in Vue? Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that's the best way to explain it. Like if we see first visually, what can you do with slots? So basically, I have defined this component called the chat card, right? Here's this. And I want consumers of this component, I want people that are using my component to be able to put custom content around on the bottom bar here. Because like you can see over here, we have like this custom button, which highlights the message. But I want people to be able to put anything they want there. And even like putting the country name. And then similarly, in the top right of the component, I want people to be able to add buttons or anything else that they want. So both of those sections on my component are defined as a slot. And what that allows is the consumer of this component can pass down valid HTML and it will be rendered in those slots. So I'll show you an example of that. And thank you, Dios, for that follow. If you do !theme, you can link to my VS Code theme. No, I prefer HTML over JSX. JSX is just weird and lazy. Not lazy. That's the wrong word for it. The thing is, they sell themselves as being HTML inside of JavaScript, but it's really its own custom language. There's a lot of domain-specific things in it that I just don't like. And the thing is, if you're going to write your own language, shouldn't you make it easier? Like, they wanted to embed JavaScript in HTML, so, like, they make it so that if you want to repeat something, you use a map. Sure, but if you're already compiling the thing anyways, why wouldn't you write an easier helper than that? Same thing for like conditional rendering. It just uses a ternary. I don't like it. Thank you for that break. I'm going to take a break after I explain slots. Yeah, so if you check out my YouTube channel, !YouTube in the chat, there is a very recent video about a week or two. I released it about a week or two ago on setting up a Mac for web development. And in that video, I talk about how I set up my editor, how I set up my terminal, and talk about my dot files, and then I talk about this thing too. This thing is called iStat menus. This. I use version 5 because it costs money to upgrade, but it's pretty cool. I like the fact that you can see like CPU usage and RAM usage and stuff like that. Vue.js is amazingly powerful. That would be fun. We'll do that. We'll do that afterwards. Hello, Ewatorks. Welcome. Rambling about how energy drink. They don't keep me focused. They keep me going. And thank you, Boss Tony, for that follow. A framework with additional features. Kind of. JSX is handlebars, but worse. Sadiq, unfortunately, I am not a Twitch partner, so you cannot control the quality of the video. But this is a plea to Twitch. I applied to partner yesterday. But if I get approved to be partner, then viewers like you who need lower quality will be able to lower. But right now you can't, unfortunately. Where are we at? Okay. Let's explain slots. So I just mentioned the general concept, right? I have this component, and I want consumers of this component to be able to pass custom content in here, right? The way we do that is with slots. And if you see in the implementation, so this is the implementation of the chat card, you can see that right here, I've defined info line end inside of a slot. So a slot with the name info line end. And this slot basically lives right here. You can see my mouse. That slot lives over here. And the outside world is going to be able to put anything they want into that slot. And then there's another slot down here, which is action line start. Action line start is this part here. So inside of my component, I define them as slots with a name. And then from the outside world, I can pass down any valid HTML or components to those slots. So I'll show you how they're used, like in this scenario. So I want to use the chat card component. Inside of it, I pass down a template where I say the name of the slot where I want this stuff to appear. So I'm saying vslot action line start, and I want this span with a dinosaur inside of it to appear inside of action line start. And so if we look at the rendered version, action line start, that makes it so that the dinosaur appears right there. But technically, I could put any valid HTML thing, I could put any valid components inside of this template with this name, and it's going to get rendered in that exact spot. And same thing with the other slot. So the slot that was info line end, I just say, hey, I want this to go inside of that slot, and then I can do it. You can see here I'm just putting some custom styles, which puts the dinosaur on the far right. And so if we look at that, then that gives us this. So that's what slots are. They allow the outside world to put custom stuff into your component. If you squint at your screen, that lowers the quality. Yeah, it's happened before. So sometimes it's probably when there's not peak streaming times. Twitch does allow non-partners to lower their quality. And thank you very much, TechMage, for that Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate you. Angular review, I prefer Vue, but they both have their merits. And thank you, Suiji, and Hansoho for the follows. Sounds like React. I mean, it is a component library, very similar to React. React is a component library, but Vue is a little more full-featured, and I like to think a little more friendly. And React is very minimal. React is just the Vue layer. Any React app you come across is going to be using a bunch of other things. You need state management, you need routing, you need stuff for styles. All of that is built into Vue. You don't have to install extra libraries for that. It's not. This is one thing we're going to have to handle, because right now all the subs have the same icon. And thank you, TechMage, for that follow in the Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate you. If I had to pick between crab claws for hands or duck feet for feet, what would I pick? Duck feet for feet. Like, I need my fingers to type. We don't really have the technology to type with brainwaves yet. And if I had duck feet, I could probably swim really fast. No brainer. No brainer. Any full stack web app project ideas? No. Yeah, that's the point. So like, if they're under high load, then certain affiliates are going to get priority over others in terms of transcoding. Would you look at that? You downgraded my quality. Svelte is really cool. I think Svelte has a ways to go before a lot of people start using it, because it needs a bigger community, it needs more libraries around it, but they have a really good idea in that you don't need the virtual DOM. You're already transpiling your code anyways. Why not just write a smart transpiler that writes highly performant vanilla DOM manipulation code? I think it's a beautiful idea. Yeah, and yeah, like that's a reason that people might like React, because it doesn't have a lot built in. But if you're ever working on a team and you have to decide which tools you use, or you're switching from one React team to another and they're using different tools, yeah. Just the Vue layer. Yeah, potentially. I mean, I like the built-in. I like the built-in Vue router. Oh, thank you, Sanderos. Use web speech API to code with your voice. I guess I could do that. I wouldn't want, no, but I want to keep my fingers. Keep them. Thank you for that follow. I heart coding. Nice, TechMage. Thanks for being here. What is Laravel for Vue? Laravel isn't for Vue, but Laravel is a backend PHP framework, and they adopted Vue as their front-end library. That's where Vue's popularity started to pick up, because the Laravel community started using it. And thank you, Mr. Seven Figures, for the hello. I don't know why I thanked you, but hi. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. And thank you, Frozen Spray, for that follow. Tailwind is okay. I like just defining my CSS. I think it's a cool prototyping tool. I haven't played with it enough to really get it going, but I like just defining my CSS. It varies. I mean, you can do pretty much anything you want with Vue as well, but you have to know how to do it, which is a barrier to entry. So I get what you're saying. I enjoy writing my JavaScript from scratch, so I like React for simplicity. Redux sucks though. Vuex is way better. Yeah, I don't know what, like Redux just has so much boilerplate, and everybody is just okay with this boilerplate. Why are we okay with the boilerplate? We should not be okay with the boilerplate. But yeah, that's the thing. Nice. But is it secure if users can interact? I don't know. It's not the same kind of boilerplate, though. All right, I'm going to take a break. I appreciate y'all. Thanks for being here. Thanks for asking questions and such. And let it be known that every word that I state is just my opinion. It's not fact. I'm probably wrong in a lot of ways, but you know, I'm just trying to get by. Thank you, Mr. Seven Figures, for that follow. In the meantime, I'm going to take a 10-minute break because I've been going at it for like 2 hours now. When I come back, I think we're going to try to hook up the back end to this thing. So we have, right now we have just a basic little component. We should hook it up to the back end so this actually starts displaying the components from my custom backend. That's what we'll do when I come back. While I'm gone, be nice to each other. I'm going to show all of my Twitch subs, YouTube members, Patreon patrons on the screen. Thank you all very, very much. You allow me to do this. With all of your support, I'll see you soon. I saw your scroll. I mean, there wasn't anything super important in the chat over here. And thank you, LW the old for the follow. I'll be back in negative 181 minutes. No, it'll update. See ya. Hello. Welcome back. And hello, Instafluff. Welcome back. Please don't go. No, I'm back. I have a very invisible cup of water, so I can stay hydrated. Hello again. Thank you, thank you. Stream is not over. All right. Where we are at is invisible water. Oh, I guess most water is invisible, but this is very invisible. Thank you, Vessel Dev, for that follow. Okay. Were there any other follows? Yeah, thank you, Jimmy Boss. Appreciate you. I need to add more stuff to my break screen. There's not enough on it. Oh, is this an SVG? Let's see. Nice. Very good. Someday I'm going to get 100 and my life will be complete. I think we've had 2 perfect 100 scores in the history of Coding Garden. Yeah. Thanks for being here, Instafluff. Okay. What we're doing, drink the chat manager. What? No. Okay, so right now, we've got the component loading inside of an Electron window. That's great. We want to hook this up to the backend. So let us do just that. Now, I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to integrate with my new backend. Now, it's missing some things. The new backend does not yet correctly handle reward redemptions, and follows are just going to appear like they're coming from Streamlabs. But I think that's okay. I don't want to integrate this with my current backend because the current backend, I need to deprecate it eventually. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to set this up with Feathers.js. Wait, what? What's this, the real Python? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I just wanted to see the source. Every now and then, I need to work on this. Every now and then, emotes break. Oh, yeah. You can't load SVGs as source links because they go through an image proxy that doesn't support SVGs. Okay. Oh, is that the Discord 404? We could potentially fix that. If we, I don't think I would whitelist the Discord URL though, because people could upload like totally random images to Discord. Oh, now it wants me to download it. No, I'm not gonna do that. Okay, here's what I want to do. I want to set up the Feathers.js client. So my backend, my new backend, is written with Feathers.js. And I need to set up the client to talk to it. Oh, it's just a 404 screen. Is that it? Is that what it is? Did you convert it? Is that... Can you confirm the real Python? Is this it? Is this the PNG version? Oh, no, you did that. Okay. Use Docker, please. It's still just front-end code, so I don't think it makes sense to use Docker just yet. I'll hold on to it. Unknown. Cool. Should I download this? I guess I can. We're getting sidetracked, though. That's okay. This is supposed to be a chill stream anyways. Rickroll.dmg. I use Inkscape? I do. Yeah, I do use Inkscape. Should we open it with Inkscape? Wait, why is this not scrolling? 404. Nice. Use Docker on the front end like a real dev. I will not. All right, we'll leave a question mark on top of my face. All right, I need to set this up with the Feathers client so that it can talk to my backend. Real developer. Feathers client. All right. I think we just need to install this. However, if we want the TypeScript types, I think we need to install all the things. But I at least need these 3 things. I need the Socket.io client and the Feathers client. And then we'll hook this up to my backend. So, lettuce. Nice. That's really cool. Yeah, Feathers is, as far as I know, way different than Nest.js. So Nest.js, I don't know if, like, do they support real time? They're more about building like APIs and stuff like that. And Nest.js is like TypeScript first. And as far as I know, Nest.js like forces you to use typo rm. Like if you look at your techniques database agnostic. Okay, so you can use Sequelize, connects, typo rm. I see. Nest.js is too much. I like the simplicity of feathers, and the fact that at the end of the day it's just JavaScript. Hello, Silver. Welcome, welcome. All right, what are we doing? We're installing our client dependencies. So I'm going to stop this Electron app, and we're going to install feathers and Socket.io. We're used to feathers. We need to make it work. No, it's still here. I just can't view the source. Let me if you send the message again, I'll copy and paste the link. I like that comparison. Nest.js is Angular, Feathers is Vue. I like that because that's really like Nest is as big and clunky and complicated as Angular is. And now that's not a bad thing. For enterprise, makes a lot of sense, but I try to have fun here. I try to make things as simple as possible. And Feathers.js is simple. Cool. Why do we have these vulnerabilities? You technically could make a scraper. I don't. The thing is, you could create a scraper that like scrapes in real time, and then like emits the scraped results if things change. That might be why you use it. Just getting engaged with CJ's advice. I just bought a full Vue.js full template. Huh. Hopefully, you didn't pay too much. I'm calling it Sproutkit instead of Greenhouse because Greenhouse has the abbreviation GH, and people confuse that for GitHub. Okay. It fixed 2 vulnerabilities. I'm curious. Qcli, with the donation, could you show your React VS Code plugins? I actually don't have any. But I'll show you. It is a donation. Thank you very much, Qcli, for that. And thank you, Murph TV, for the follow. I have none installed. I think at work, I might actually use this one. Which gives me snippets like, IMP, RFC is like React functional component. I might use this one, but I don't really do much React coding on my personal laptop. I mean, I do. I've done like tutorial streams and stuff like that, but my personal coding, I try to keep that to Vue. I try to keep it fun, like I was just mentioning. Thank you very much for that donation, though. I appreciate you. All right, it looks like Minimus, which is a dependency, a nested dependency of Electron, has a vulnerability in it. And then Yargs, which is a dependency of... Okay, so it's fine. It's fine. All right, I just installed those Feathers dependencies, so now we need a Feathers client. Should I put this in the utils directory? I think so, because all of the apps can reuse this client. I'm going to do it. We're just going to call it client.ts. And then we're going to import feathers from @feathers.js/feathers. And then we're going to say a client equals feathers. Should be like that. And thank you, MCS Mike, for that follow as well. Why don't I use Express with Socket.io instead? Because Feathers does a whole lot of the heavy lifting. You have to write very little code to get a real-time backend service that just works. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to their docs to see how they set this up. We kind of want to do it like this. Like this. So we import the Socket.io client. We import Feathers. We import Socket.io client from Feathers, and then we integrate them. So my socket connection is going to be https://API coding.garden. Don't need to do that. I'm going to get rid of the transports and all that stuff for now. So this is going to connect to my backend where I can receive real-time events. We create a Feathers client. We tell it that we're going to use the socket protocol using that connection to my backend. And then we're pretty much ready to go. I think that's it. I'm going to export this client object so I can use it elsewhere. But I'll show you. I'm currently learning Next.js. It's a prototype vulnerability. Nice. My first framework was Vue. Looking into Vue again since there's TypeScript support. Yeah. Currently learning Next. Not sure if looking into Vue will confuse me. Yeah, stick to one thing if you're just learning. And I think these are brown switches. If you do ! Keyboard, you can get a link to my keyboard. Do I have a feather site that we can run through Observatory? API.coding-to-garden. Actually, I think this is the one that got a B score. But I might have added Helmet to it. Helmet definitely makes the score better because it automatically adds those headers that prevent cross-site scripting and iframe. iframe embed. I'm losing it. I've been streaming for too long. Here. Got a B. I will say this this API is behind Nginx. All right, thank you, Murdoch. Thank you for the supports and the bits earlier as well. Check the VOD at 3:30. Reminder: check the VOD at 3:30. Oh, is that for you? Is that a reminder for yourself? Toxic Toast with the Twitch Prime sub. Thank you very much, Toxic Toast. And we'll see you, Murdoch. Okay, but yeah, so this is running on an Ubuntu server that is running Nginx, and it's being proxied through it. However, I do have Helmet installed, which is a Express dependency that automatically adds these headers that it's looking for, and that's what gave it a better grade. And you can do that very easily. Okay, what are we doing? We've got a client. Now let's listen for events. And actually, I'm going to start up this client. I'm going to start it locally. So that way we're not listening to the real one, because I have to do some things where I actually enable the event. Because right now the chat socket events are not being emitted because it's a lot of events. And I don't want just any random person listening to all those chat events. So I need to fix that. So give me one moment. Artifacts, thank you very much for that host. Welcome, 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 everyone. And if you give me one moment, I will show you my screen again. I need to do some things. Let me make sure that my env is not being displayed or exposed. Cool. Yeah, okay. I think we're good here. So, I'll show you my screen again. This is the Feathers backend. I don't really have the time or the energy to explain all of it. That's for a future stream. But what we're going to do is we're going to start it up locally. Just do npm run dev. And that's running on port 2020. So, I'm going to connect this front end to that as well. And hello! I'm doing pretty good. I've been streaming for a while today. I mean, the thing is, in terms of Twitch, a 3.5-hour stream is not that long, but I talk a lot and I answer a lot of questions in the chat, so I'm getting pretty tired. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to connect, and I kind of have like this, it's not really a custom authentication scheme. It's basically, I'm not requiring you to log into my API, but I do have allergies too. I've been sneezing and all the, yeah, But some endpoints do support a key param, where the key is just a custom API key for my backend. I have a key, a chatty CJ. And thank you, Ivo, for that hydrate. We have my invisible cup of water. Okay, so, and I'm probably just going to get this from like local storage.api key. Just like that. And when we connect on my backend, I'll write a custom socket handler that's going to attach this key to the socket connection. So that way, I will only emit the events that I care about to connected clients that have passed in this API key. I stream like a king. Thank you, Creek. I appreciate that. Template literal, please. It's 2020. I don't know. This is a lot simpler than a template literal, and all I need to do is concat this string onto the end. I don't know. And actually, I should probably do something like this. Brain not found. That's really cool. What is that? What is that dinosaur from? ES lint would not agree. I guess that's true, but I don't have a linter rule for that for some reason. Brain not found. Thank you very much, Elo Denmark, for that tier 1 sub. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. All right, we're gonna open this and hold on to it. Access denied. Oh, I think it's because of that extra paren. Public domain. Nice, nice. All right, what are we doing? Yeah, I mean, anyone can create a JavaScript framework. But Feathers is actually very useful. So here's what I want to do. On my backend, when a socket request comes in, I need to look at that key that was on the query string and attach it to the connected user, so that way later on I only emit a socket events for a user that has that key attached. And I think I can do it right here with socket.io. I'm going to look at the Feathers.js docs for the socket.io transport. I believe you can pass in, yeah. So you can pass in your own little function here that can do custom things with the incoming socket connections. Something like that, kind of. And then I really want a middleware. So I want io.use. Or it might be on connect. I don't know. We'll debug this. Let's just fix all the things. So I don't want to emit anything. I kind of just want to emit, or I want to, when someone connects, I want to log that socket. Because I want to see, do we have access to the query string so we can hold on to that API key and use it in later requests. Okay, and then we might use a middleware, because I might say something like socket.feathers.params.query. For that, and the key is equal to something. Something that we might get from the socket. Actually, I think this is where we want it. I don't think we want it in the connect. We'll see. Is an Express app secure? It can be. Security is up to the developer. You can make Express as secure as any other backend API, but it's really up to auditing it and making sure that things are secure. And thank you, Angus, for that stretch. No, we're doing it now. Here, that stretch was for you, Angus. Okay, now we want to debug this, so I'll save that. We see that this restarts, and then we're going to try to use this client so that it connects, and then I can look at the query string. I love it when he shrinks the chat window. So what I kind of need is also another file that's like services. This imports the client, and then we have this service that is Twitch chat. Let's just call it chat. No, we'll call it Twitch chat, and that will be client.service. And I've registered this at the route of Twitch/chat. So this is a Feathers.js service that is going to emit socket events when new chat messages come through. And then we will export it. In here. Do I get type completion? Twitch chat dot no. I would probably need to import the service type, but that's fine. So that's there. And then what I want is inside of my chat app, which we have here, in the created, we're going to listen for chat messages. So I'm going to import Twitch chat from @utils/services. And then when this component is created, I'll just do, no, it doesn't need to be async. Let's do this. Twitch chat.on. So when a new chat message is created, we'll do something with that message, like this. So as far as my front end implementation, this is as simple as it gets, right? I connect the service to my backend right here. This connects to it. I then or connect the client to my backend service. I then say, hey, I want to listen to this or want to use this service, which has been mounted at and is called Twitch Chat. And now I can just listen for when any new things come through. Now, the code to get all of that working, that's backend code. I haven't showed you that yet, but that's fine. Why is this complaining? Implicitly has an any type. It will for now. We'll add types later. I just want to see if this will start working. So if we start this up, let's kill the style guide. Serve, and we want Electron. And when the Electron app spins up, we should get a connection to our backend server. Let's see. We don't. No, we don't, because we need to whitelist it. If you remember earlier, we were setting up, we were setting things up. So what I need to do is in my Electron setup, we need to whitelist localhost 2020. Not that. Background. It's secure. Yeah, that's pretty cool, right? So basically, I need to add a whitelist rule that says, hey, you should allow things to come from localhost 2020. And that should restart it. Nice. Cannot read property query of undefined. That's beautiful, because we actually got a socket connection, so I need to fix this. All right. Backend starts up. There we go. So this is the... refresh this. Yeah. So the Electron app is connecting to our Feathers backend, and right now I'm logging that entire socket thing. But what I wanted to look at, I think, is the handshake, because the handshake should have. All right. See you later, JFellyWeb. Thanks for being here, and good morning, Alka. Welcome to the show. Welcome, welcome. Vue versus Svelte. I mean, I think eventually, if Svelte picks up enough traction, it could be the new Vue. It could replace it, basically. It says Sproutkit in the user agent. Would you look at that? Because it's the name of our Electron app. And hello, DifferDev. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we'll see you, JFelly. Okay, what am I doing? The handshake. What I want to see is if my front end client attempts to connect with, I don't know. Let's just do this for now. Did I do the posture check? Are we just saying random reward redemptions now? It's morning for Alka. I mean, technically it's 5 p.m. his time, but what I want to do is this. I want to connect and say key equals ABC123, and I want to see where does that appear in my backend code and connection. Oh, nice, nice. Cool. All right, but if we look at Feathers, there's a cookie. Here it is. So it's right in the URL. And I think this is in, let's figure out what object this is in. It's in the handshake. I definitely want the handshake. How do I get access to the handshake? Is it just socket.handshake? So let's save that. And now we're just going to log the handshake. Sick. Yeah, so socket.handshake.query gives us the key. Nice. So socket.handshake.query.key. And so what I'm doing now is I'm putting that key on the params so that in my Feather's hooks, they should see that key and attempt to allow things to happen, I believe. So if I do something like this, so the key is on there, and now if instead of listening for messages, I try to find all existing messages, it should put the key on Feathers and then pass that through as the key, and I should get invalid API key. Let's try it. So if I do twitchchat.find, that's going to attempt to get all the messages. I don't really care if it works or not. I just want to see if we get an error. Yeah, so unauthorized. This event will be reported to the internet police because I'm not passing in the correct API key. Now, if I pass in the right, yeah, unauthorized incoming. If I pass in the right API key, that's not ABC123, my backend should accept it and should allow all of the message to come through. I would love an explanation of how the next thing works in Node for sure. So this is it's middlewares. So the thing is, this is like a middleware for sockets, which is not as common. You usually see middlewares for like your Express stuff. But the idea here is we have this function which has access to the request, to the socket message that's coming through, and we get access to every single message that comes through our server. So when a client emits a socket event, that socket event will come through this function, and we can do custom things. And what I'm doing here is setting a custom property so that down the line we can access it. And then when we call next, that basically says go on to the next middleware function. And those middleware functions down the line will now have access to the API key, which I'm setting here. So I would say this is this is not just a Node.js concept. It's more of like the idea of middlewares, and next is the thing you use to go on to the next middleware, basically. Hopefully that helped. Which hosting would I prefer for MongoDB? Heroku or DigitalOcean? I mean, I would put my MongoDB probably on MongoDB Atlas. The backend, like the API itself, I'd put on probably Heroku because it's easy. GDPR pecan. All right, so that's great. Now let me try to actually pass in the right API key instead of passing in ABC123, because as you can see, right here we're just hard coding it. I don't fully get it yet. Going to take some practice. Yeah, I have some YouTube videos where I talk about Express middleware that might help. But in this context, you can't really see it as much. I've been using Heroku this week. That's good. And thank you, ScriptSH, for that follow. Okay, so now let's try connecting with an actual API key. And I'm going to hide my screen real quick and just grab the API key. I'll show you the API key once I have it. But there's other stuff in my .env that I don't want you to see. Cool. So right now I'm basically just hard coding it because my front end code is looking for local storage.api key. So in my Electron window here, I'm going to say local storage.api key equals this. Now, this is the API key I'm using for development. If you tried to use this API key on my deployed backend server, you're going to get an access denied because it's much longer and more secure than this. This is just for development. But let's see. If I refresh it, we still get unauthorized, which means potentially the key isn't making through. So I need to look at my backend hook. So in Feathers, there's this concept of hooks. Hooks can look at incoming or outgoing requests and do things with them. And my attempt, that's my password. Oh yeah, I have used Cloak before, but I guess I always forget to enable it. I'm not going to be here all night. I'll probably only be here for another hour or so. I do need to eat some dinner and stuff like that. Yeah. Okay. But if you look at my services, I have this function here called verify API key. And it's looking at context.params.query.key. And for some reason, the API key is not on there. Well, thank you, Mushumitsi. I appreciate that. So we're going to log the context right here. Verifying API key, ... And we'll see if that's actually making it through. So we'll refresh this. It should make the request. Let Let's search for verifying. So it's verifying it. This is the context object. And if we look at it, we have settings. We have param. So I have, oh, I see. I basically set it to params.params. I don't want that. I don't want it to be params.params. What I want it to be is just on param. So technically, I need to just get rid of that. This just needs to be this. Feather, yes, like that. And will that work? Hey, no unauthorized. Awesome. So that socket connection is passing through the API key so that it can actually listen for and retrieve messages. Cool. Now I realize, for those of you that are just joining, there's a ton here that going on that I have not explained. And that's mainly because I'm tired. And also because there's a lot of code going on here. But I will say, in a future stream, I'll break down this backend top to bottom. We might even rebuild part of it to show you what's going on here, to see like how this Feathers backend is working. Great. Hello, tired. I need to go eat dinner. Big plans, yeah. No, I definitely we'll have to go after that. So now that this is working, now that the query actually exists on the request, the next thing I need to do is I need to emit chat events only for authorized connections. So dinner at 5? Yeah, why not? Yeah, the Feathers backend is on GitHub. It's just called API. So github.com/codinggarden/API. All right, see you later. That's another I have to mow the lawn. I don't know if I'll do it today. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow, but have a good lawn mowing the artifacts. Cool. So this channels function is how Feathers.js decides where socket events will go to. Now, if I show my front end again, and we uncomment this, you will see that if somebody sends a message, we're not seeing it in the console here. And the reason being is I am not emitting any socket events test. Yeah, so you don't see anything logged here because I'm not emitting any socket events when a new Twitch message gets created. However, I can do that here in my Feathers.js channels. So what I'm going to do is say if, and thank you, Ricky, for that follow. So else if hook.path is equal to twitch/chat, then I want to verify the API key, and if the API key is correct, I'm going to push, basically emit it as an anonymous event, because I don't have real login here. So basically validate API key, and then if valid, all right, see you later, WDBW. Have a good sleep. If it's valid, we'll emit it as an anonymous event here. Well, we're going to put this user socket into the anonymous channel event for it, regardless. Okay. So how do I validate the API key? By extracting this logic here. Actually, I think this is all I have to do. Process.env. Nurse with the gun. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome to the show. We are deep in the code right now. I'm updating my custom backend so that it's a Feathers.js backend, so that it will emit events, and then we're building a new Electron window. So this is an Electron window, but we're making a new one. We're writing it from scratch to talk to my new backend and use new components. But welcome, Nurse with a Gun. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the follow. And thank you, Sci-Fi with a Gun. Everyone has guns. Hopefully they're toy guns. Welcome to the show. What were you working on? Can we get a shout out for Nurse with a Gun? Hey, Fortnite guns. Oh, nice. Cool. Fortnite duos. Nice. Welcome, everyone. Do you all write code? Because we write code here. I'm not sure if you knew that. But we're writing code. We're deep in it. Sometimes here on the Coding Garden, we do things that are very beginner friendly. Right now, there's a lot going on. Does the backend have to be deployed separate, or can it be in one project? Technically, I do not know how to code. That's okay. we try to keep it entertaining as well. And there are fun things that you can do here. So you see the coding garden here. You can do the drop game. So if you do ! drop followed by me, that will drop. We write code here. That will drop your avatar. And if it lands in the garden, you'll get your name on the leaderboard. The other fun thing is to add either a badge or a country flag to your chat message. So if you do, I only know head, body, table. Nice. We're a little bit beyond that. We're building custom components. But if you do ! flag followed by the name of your country, it'll put a little flag next to your name. So you can see life is overrated is from Croatia. And the leaderboard's back. Oh, there's Alka. Nice drop, Alka. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, drills is, I don't think drills is from Antarctica. You can do either ! flag or ! country. And then the other thing are just like random things. Like if you go to this link, which is the Font Awesome brands, you can see all these like random brands that you can put next to your name, like Adobe or Bluetooth. And thank you, Unknown, for those 15 bits. It's chilly here. Oh, are you? I don't think you're in Antarctica. Okay, I don't actually know where you are. And Nunix with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much, Nunix. I appreciate you. Ooh, Team Bluetooth. Very nice, Shidot. All right, I'll see you later, Robin. Have a good night. Ping. Oh, nice. You're in Brazil, Script.sh. That's good to see. Okay, what are we doing? We need to validate the API key. So I should get access. I think right now my hook. I'm actually just going to log the hook to see what properties I have. Whoa, Jimmy Boss with the gifted subs. Too kind. Thank you very much, Jimmy Boss. Sandy Ross, War, Pete Pal, Joeka, Kemaya Basamadi. Congrats, you all got gifted. Thank you so much, Jimmy. Do we call him Jammy? Imthor is saying, can I give a 5-second explanation of Feathers.js? Yeah, absolutely. So in the world of building applications, and so that's kind of what we do here on the Coding Garden, is we build front-end applications, back-end applications. Thank you very much for those bits, Shines Love. Are we on another hype train? Wait, is this the third hype train of today? This can't be. Is it? Is that possible? All right, but thank you very much. But so here on the Coding Garden, we build apps. Apps, and I call myself a general software developer because I do more than just web development. But like you see this chat thing over here, I built this. This is a custom application that I made. You can see that it's transparent. Look at it. Thank you, Cheyenne, for the follow. But look, so I made this app, and it's pulling in Twitch chats, and that's what we're working on right now. I've also made a lot of like websites, so you can type in a URL, go there, and use it. And so in this world of building applications like that, don't shake us that much. Shines Love with the 200 bits. Thank you, GG with the 100 bits. Thank you very much. Okay, so these are applications, and typically applications are, I mean, it depends, but they're often split up into front end and back end. Front end are the things that you see. Like when you go to a website, this is what you see. When I'm looking at this is the front end. This is the front end of the chat here. And you're on Twitch. Twitch is a front end to a really big and robust back end. But Feathers is a framework for building real-time backends. So the backend is all the complex stuff that you can't see, the databases and APIs, if you've ever heard of APIs. But Feathers helps us with building that. So basically, I have this API that I built with Feathers, and it actually connects to Twitch. It says, hey, Twitch, give me all the chat messages. And then it is an API that I can connect to get those chat messages. But I can do custom things. So you might see in the chat, you can use Frankerface or Better Twitch TV emotes, right? So if you do that, that gets rendered there. Or you can do Pika. Or you can do Pogu. So these emotes my backend sees those and they're like, oh, hey, those aren't coming from Twitch. I need to write some custom code that will actually embed them. So my backend does a lot of those things, and I'm building that backend with Feathers.js. So that's not a 2-second description, but basically it makes it really easy to build those backends and easy to make them real time, because you can see these chat messages are real time, right? Like you send the message and within a few seconds it appears on my screen. And so Feathers helps with building things like that. If you want to get more technical, they have built-in database adapters. So you can use really any of these databases you want with it. So like MongoDB, MySQL, Postgres, MariaDB, Elasticsearch, basically people have built adapters for all of these kinds of databases. And it flips the idea of... my mind is blown. All right, I'll see you, Nurse with a Gun. Thanks for the raid. Have a good evening. But typically when you're building backends, you might say you're going to build it as a REST API. Or you might say you're going to build it as a GraphQL API, or you're going to build it as a real-time API. And Feathers says, no. Don't think about protocols. Don't think about REST. Don't think about sockets. You should think in terms of services. And then those services, via the framework, can be exposed. Oh, that timer is my break timer, my stretch timer. I'm still streaming, yeah. But those services can be exposed over socket or over REST. So to give you a rundown, this is my backend. I have a service called Twitch Users, and that's a backend service that gives me access to all of the user information. It calls the Twitch API, but it's in my own API. I have a backend service called Twitch Subs, and that gives me access to all of the subs for my channel. And I have a service called Patreon Pledges, and that talks to the Patreon API. So each of these little services wrap up the functionality of talking to those other APIs. And then they're exposed over real time. I vote with 100 bits. Oh, I probably missed some bits. I appreciate you all. Where are we at? Wait, did I miss that? No, Nunix. That was 5 minutes ago. Yeah, Jimmy Boss with the gifted sub. I appreciate you. General Custom Developer. Thank you, Shines Love and GG, for those bits. Y'all are great. Okay, what are we doing? I remember now. We want to see what happens here. So, and actually I don't want to push that just yet. So what can we see in the hook? We basically want to verify that this user has access to receive the real-time messages. That's what we're going to do. Let me get rid of any other... Yeah, I got rid of that logging. Let me get rid of this logging. Now I just care about this right here. So let's save that. Thank you, Sophia, for that hydrate. Yeah, Twitch has a public API. But there are a lot of functions. Thank you, Imthor, for that gifted sub. Who's the lucky winner? Wolfie. Congrats. And, oh, this is a cool one. Hype Cherry. Nice. Nice. Thank you very much, Imthor. But yeah, we're talking to a lot of the Twitch APIs. So Twitch has a public API that lets you get data from Twitch. I mean, one of those things being all of the chat messages, right? That's how I can get them here. But then there are other endpoints for getting like user information, channel information, getting who are all the people that are following a channel, who are the people that are subbed to a channel. They have a bunch of endpoints here. You can see their... I'll link you directly to their docs here. And basically, this is a public API that anybody could hit. That's not right. I don't know why I copied Nurse with a Gun. They have documentation here for all the different stuff that Twitch exposes. And basically, because they expose a lot of things, I have my own API that picks and chooses the things that I need so that it can be exposed to my own front end. So it's like APIs inside APIs, basically. Yes, what are we doing? All right, so I just want to test this really quick. What do we get in the hook here? Nothing. Oh, because we're no longer making that request. That's... It's a backend for a backend, yeah. So Feathers is actually built on top of Express, but I was mentioning earlier that it throws out the idea of protocols. And Express is explicitly like an HTTP framework. It's for building REST APIs. And Feathers basically says, let's not worry about that. Let's build services that operate on data, and then those can be exposed as a RESTful API. And currently it exposes a RESTful API using Express. But it's written in such a way that you could also expose the same REST API, the same Feathers services, using Koa as your HTTP framework instead, or something like Happy.js. So for the most part, you can think of it as a wrapper around Express, but it's also general enough that it could be a wrapper around other things as well. Oh, nice. All right, why isn't this working? Let's go back to this. I'm not seeing that at all. Well, why did they call it services? Feather sounds way better. It's actually, so, what's his name? David Luca, who's the creator of Feathers, he wrote a dissertation on it, like, several years ago. And the initial implementation was actually with Java, but it's really just the idea of services that can be exposed over various protocols. Did I have the right hook path? Twitch/chat. Cool. So that's there. Oh, about backend deploy? Oh, it doesn't have to be. It can be. And I usually deploy it separately. I verify the key in before. But this is slightly different because this is the real-time event. Let's actually log this here. But a Feathers app because it can use Express. I mean, and technically in this case I am using Express. You could actually just do a static serve. So you could say app.use express.static and then pass in like your public directory. And then you could serve all of your static front-end assets from the same server that's using Feathers. But I typically host them separately. So my backend is deployed to like a server. And then my front end is deployed to like a static CDN. And that way my backend doesn't have to worry about serving up static files. But technically they can be combined. Yeah. All right. Let's see that. Why am I not seeing these logs? So when we connect, we join the anonymous channel. I'm just going to log connected. Yeah, so that's connecting. Cool. And actually, I think in this scenario, I could put them into a different channel called like authenticated or API key channel. I think we might do that. Because that has rec.query.key. So I'll say if connection dot query dot key is equal to process dot env dot API key. What do I call it? I should create a config file. Client API key. So if the key is equal to that, then we'll put them in the non-anonymous channel. So I'll say let's put them in the API key channel like that. Cool. And then here, if the path is Twitch/chat, then we're going to put them in, or we're going to alert anyone that's in the API key channel. Let's do this. So we've already validated the API key in the connection. We put them in that channel, and then we're going to emit to that channel here. And I guess technically I always want to join the anonymous channel. Just join both. Why not? All right. Now, authenticated. Can someone send a message? Let's see if this works. I don't know if it will. Test. Message. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. And we can look at the, we can debug the WebSocket connections here. Ping. Let's see. Network. WebSockets. Here it is. We have our key. It's really hanging up on that messages tab. Yeah, so basically I'm recreating this. That's what we're working on. But with a new backend and new components. Pong. Oh no, things are happening. Oh, things are happening. Never mind. My console log is just wrong. Check it. Maybe it's on create and not on created. If you do exclamation mark theme, you can get a link to my theme. And thank you, Delclin Ramsey, for that follow. It really doesn't like that tab, yeah. I think I'm talking to the event, right? I think it's created. Created is the event that I want. Let's look at the API. Socket.io client. No. We want to look at the service events. Created. Messages on created. Twitch chat on created. I can double check in my backend that Twitch chat is actually emitting that event. So we have the chat service. Turns the created item. I am on the latest version of Electron, yeah. Let's log the message in the backend. These should be the created messages as they come through. The backend should actually show those. And thank you, Kobe, for that follow. Bing. Bing. We're not seeing it. What's happening? Test. I'll show you if we dig a bit deeper. It is actually using TMI.js. Oh! I totally forgot. I'll show you. Actually, I want to show you. I'm listening in the wrong Twitch channel. I was doing testing a few days ago, and I'm listening for messages in a completely different channel. So we would have never seen it anyways. No! No, it's not Samwise Gardner. It's a separate account that I know nobody knows about, so that way you can't spam it when I'm doing testing. Okay, give me a second. I'm actually going to enable Zoom. It's gonna work. It's gonna work instantly once I fix this. I think accessibility. Let me find that account. Yeah, it's a challenge. Secret channel. Zoom. Nice. All right. I'm going to show you. Actually, I'll show you what the channel is. I don't really care. But I want to show you where in my .env that is. And we're going to zoom way in so you can't see my other tokens. No, we're going, it's so far zoomed in. This is actually really funny. Okay, I'm gonna show you now. Coding Garden something, but basically I need to change that channel name to be Coding Garden, like this. I'll show you. Wait, never mind. I can't. My mouse is now broken. Regardless, that was the bug. Coding Garden wise. Yeah, it's Coding Garden with CJ. That's the channel I was listening in. Okay, but now that we're listening in the right channel, let's watch it work. It should work now. Yeah. Well, I need to restart this. But on every yeah, it is Coding Garden with CJ. On every created message, yeah, we can see there are messages that are actually coming through. So we don't need that anymore. Our front end should actually see the messages now. Yeah, so if we show the front end, too late. Yeah, look at that. So our front end is now receiving those chat events. Yeah, I accidentally listened on Coding Garden without CJ. You silly. Where are we at? Yeah. And so my backend is now, it's parsing emotes. I'm parsing Better Twitch TVs and Frankerface emotes. So we should see those here. Yeah, here we go. So here's this message coming in from Toxic Toast. The content or the message is chat event. We can see their user info. We can see that they're following me. I appreciate that. We can see that they are a subscriber. I also appreciate that. Object. Cool. So we can get a really, really simple implementation going where we literally just have an array of messages and we pass all of this message info into the chat component. And we should see it. So I'm going to go ahead and do that because that's really, really easy. So I'll do this. My Vue component has a data object. That, I'm in the console, has a messages array. And then I will have a, it should be fine for now. So when we create a message, I'll just say messages.push. Well, actually, let's do messages.unshift. So it'll put it at the beginning of the array. Clean the response. So this.messages.unshift. I need to say that this is, actually we can import our types. Check this out. As a message, which should be imported from our interfaces as a message array. And we're just gonna do this from @/interfaces, great. And then message is of type message, like that. And then we put it into the array. Yeah, we're making a new chat window. So we get the message event, we put it into this list of messages, and now we want to show it in the UI. So basically I want to repeat this little card here for every message. So let's do it. Well, actually we'll just do that. And then I'll say, we'll get rid of all this user stuff and this message stuff. And this will be dynamic based on the messages that got passed in. We don't need a slot for now. We're just gonna do that. Thank you, Ivo, for that hydrate. That's the background color. We'll say v4 message in messages, and we'll say the key is message.id. Hi, and the user is message.user, and the message is message. Thank you, Klesh, for that follow. Now, are you ready for this? I think this is literally all it'll take. That's all I got to do. And so now, if we refresh this, if a new message comes in, it should appear. Yeah, I'm not passing the text of the message down correctly, though. But there they are. And you can see, like, this is actually way faster than my overlay on the right for whatever reason. And the reason being is message.content doesn't exist. So I actually need to, if you do !VS Code, you'll get a link to all my themes and settings and extensions and stuff like that. But let's do this. In the component, in the chat, no, not the chat card component, in the, yeah, chat card. Right now, I'm always looking at message.content, but I'll look at message.content or message.message. And now in the message interface, I want to make sure that message, yeah, message is not optional. Message, well, content is optional. Like this. All right. And now, there we go. Look at that. We got chats. And if I close this, it should be transparent. Yeah, look at that. We got to add padding. We got a lot to do, but we're on the way. TypeScript. Make animations, 0.3 seconds. Proto. Message.message seems legit. Yeah, so right now I'm not rendering any HTML. We're not running so right now it's just the message content itself. So if you tried to embed an image or something like that, it would just show the text. It wouldn't actually show that. Yeah, because as you see, it's like it's not linking things. We need to make the scroll bar disappear. There's a lot we need to do. Yeah, and we're not dynamically updating this. We've got a lot to do. Yeah, we're not rendering emotes. Jungle 29 One Rock. Wait, what emote is that? Yeah, we're basically seeing everything. This is the prototype. This is the initial version. We've got a lot of work to do. We gotta add animations. We gotta remove the scroll bars. We gotta actually parse content. We got a ways to go. Thank you. Thank you very much. We can go ahead and do that though, just to show. Let's show the styles emerging. And here I'm actually going to I'll minimize that one, and we can look at this one for now, while we add styles to it. So where are we? That's here. We want to give this thing a custom class. So we'll say class equals message. And then in our styles, we'll say the message has a little bit of margin. Let's give it 1 rem of margin. It's gonna, oh, we lost all our old messages. That's unfortunate. But now the messages will be a little bit spaced apart instead of being scrunched together, because margin is the space around the element. All right, but see you later, GG. Wow, that's too much margin. Yeah, this is on Git. If you do !project, you'll get a link to all of this code, and all the code I write today I'll push up there today as well. The problem is the animation. Let's go with 0.25 rem. They're way too spaced apart. Yeah, I like that. No, how about 0.5 rem? That's good. That's a good amount of padding. Yeah, we will have to do the animation. The thing is, I can copy and paste a lot of the code because we already wrote this once before. 6.84 rem, kappa. 684. It's too much space. And thank you, Jules Kibo, for that. If we apply this to the container class, then that should get rid of the scroll bar. So actually, yeah, we have ID app. We'll just do that here. ID app. Wait. We might have to specify it on the body. Let's see. No, that didn't work. So if we put it on the body. Yeah, no scroll bars. Nice. Nice. Why is blank a character? I don't know. Display none. Yeah, 0.5. I like 0.5 rem. That's my jam too. I like it. It looks good. Also, the and thank you, Drills. Drills gave us that. Gave us the codes. So this is what I'm thinking. Right now, we're just showing all of the messages, right? So if I wanted to start to hide commands like the exclamation mark things, I could start writing a lot of code in here. I could add a custom computed property that filters them out. But I think I want those things to be reusable. I kind of want like either a view mix-in or that. Yeah, I think let's get rid of the left and right margin. So if we want top and bottom margin, but no left and right margin, we can do that. That's a little better. It's better. Yeah, I like that. The other thing is like the fact that this timestamp isn't dynamically updating right now. It's literally just hard coded to be 25 seconds ago, and I want it to be dynamic. There's more we got to do, but I think I'm gonna stop here. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, so is a good place that we made progress today, right? Did we though? We didn't make that much progress. We made an Electron window and we put some cards inside of it. Progress. Some progress. Progress. And thank you, Quebec, for that follow. And as you can see, any progress is progress. Thank you, Ted. Much appreciated. I was lurking your stream. I guess it was yesterday. You're calling it smelly Java, but I think it's basically like the JavaScript that I write on a daily basis, right? Is that what smelly Java is? Code without tests and code that's just written. And thank you, 24 minutes. Smelly is average code. Okay. And thank you, 24 minutes, for that follow. It's always progress since it's true. Yeah. I'm glad that we hooked this up to our custom backend. Why isn't there any appearance of marked and DOM purify now? It's not done in the backend. I think I might do it in the backend. Or we need to create a utility library. So we basically need to write a function that will sanitize the message, because I'll show you like a lot of these messages that have like links in them or are rendering emotes. Also, this is using a different backend, and you can see that I actually like overwrite follow messages. So these follow messages that are coming from Streamlabs, I basically detect that it's coming from Streamlabs, and then rewrite it to look like a follow message. But I want to do it better. Instead of doing that, I'm actually going to listen for the follow events from Twitch. That's me. Yeah, welcome, 24 minutes. I actually want to listen for those follow events and then display custom cards. And thank you, Brittany Monkey Baby, for that follow. And Derp Lord, thank you for the follow too. Weird seeing my name in non-green text. Yeah, I think... I mean, that's one thing I want to do, is I could, and what's up, Wolfie? The first message you send is a cross-site script attempt. That's okay. What do you call it? I could use the color information coming from Twitch to set the color of the person's name, but we need to do some custom hex math. Not the first, okay. But we need to do some custom hex math to make sure that the color that people have specified plays well with my overlay. Yeah, and as you can see, my overlay here is ordering the messages based on the timestamp from from Twitch. And so you can see that actually, like, because this is just a IRC client, it actually received this message before it received this message. But in actuality, based on their timestamp, they should be swapped. So that's another thing I need to fix. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think somebody's solved that problem before, so I could just like copy and paste a function to generate the hex. But that's kind of what I want to do. I want to take your Twitch color and turn it into something that plays well with this purple background, or whatever background people decide to use for this component. Yeah. Infi is saying install DOM Purify and Markdown, so I don't forget. I won't forget. We need to. That's the next step. Yeah, marquees are fun. Okay. The thing is... Oh, Sheafman for the color math. The thing is, if I don't build this on stream, I'm going to get a lot done. But you're all going to miss it. The thing is, it all is open source anyways. But just leave yourself a failing test so you remember. I don't have any tests yet. It's set up for tests. I just haven't added any tests. Welcome to GeoCities. Who's dropping that stinky cheese? All right, that's enough of that. Balancing getting stuff done versus doing it on stream. The streamer's first world problem, right? Because, like, I could literally finish this in like no more than 2 hours. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours today, and I probably got about 10 minutes of coding done. I would be down for some sort of focus mode stream, though I don't know how that's going to deal, like, basically where I don't actually look at the chat, or I very minimally look at the chat. But I applied for Twitch Partner yesterday, and I don't know how well that's going to play with my numbers, right? If we do a focus stream where I'm not actually interacting, and then my viewership tanks, that's not good, so, yeah. Check it out. Not doing stuff on stream is boring. Potentially post partner, but that could take like weeks. I don't know. But for those of you who are wondering where all of this codes and stuff is, if you do, actually I'll do it for you, and you can just click the links in the chat. But on GitHub, it's wait, there it is. Wait. Yes, that's it. github.com/codinggarden/sproutkit. That's where all of the front end code is. And then the back end code is the Coding Garden API. Codinggarden/API. The README is a little outdated, but this has a lot of different endpoints. And welcome, Raiders! This is the 9th raid of the day, and I'm actually about to leave. But I appreciate you. Welcome, Anthony Writes Code. Anthony is actually a member of our Live Coders team. Welcome. Hello, Snapshot and Mon and Brainwashed and Code and Mumjamala. Welcome, everyone. I'll show you here's what we'll do. We'll do a recap. We'll do a recap of all the stuff I worked on today, and then I'll send you somewhere nice. We'll find somewhere else to raid, because I've been streaming for a while today. 9? This. Wait, I can count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You are the 9th raid today. Yes. We got raided by a lot of awesome people. Instafluff, Adam, Live Coders, Raimu. And I'd never heard of Nurse with a Gun, and they were doing like a Fortnite stream, and they decided to raid us. But what's up, Juicebox Hero? Welcome, everyone. This dashboard was created by Alka. Don't look at it. It's secret. But we're gonna work on a new version. Okay, for all of you people joining us, I'll let you know what I'm working on. In future streams, I'm going to be working on this as well, but I do gotta go. I gotta eat dinner, probably gotta mow my lawn. I need time for me. Secrets. Okay, so if you've been watching, you see that I have this chat overlay over here. So this is an Electron window that I built custom. And it's showing all of the Twitch messages, right? But there are some extra things. It renders some HTML, so you get cool stuff like that. We have, no, they do. They should. Yeah, your message was there. I saw it. Damn. Thank you, Imcarv. It's a custom UI. There's lots of cool stuff. And actually, for all the people that just joined us, this will be fun. We have custom badges that I added to this overlay. So if you do !flag or !country, followed by your country name, it's going to add a flag next to your name. So you can see Imphy's from Germany. Instafluff is from the US of A. Who else? Drills, I don't think they're from Antarctica, but they have the Antarctica flag. Who else? F. Bumel is from the Netherlands. Doc is from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And so those will get set here. That's possible, Darko, but I think that would be against the Twitch terms of service. So that's on you. Cool. So you can set your flags. You can also set your team badge. You can see that Toxic Toast is on this. I don't know what team that is. Drills is on this team, but those badges are coming from, what do you call it? Those badges are coming from the Font Awesome Brands cheat sheet. So you can look at that there. Team Sith. Nice. Yeah, that's, you're not wrong. Team Java needs a more colorful logo. So right now it's just using the color of your name. Font Awesome, that's what I was looking for. But eventually I want you to be able to set your maybe your theme color, or it uses the color of your Twitch name set by Twitch or something like that. Yeah, okay, so all of that to say, this is a custom chat UI, and I have built other custom UIs as well. So We don't have state flags, but I could add it, right? That's the eventual goal. Well, thank you, Darko. So I have this site. It's called Vox Populi, and it basically allows people to ask questions, submit ideas, or submit things, upvote those questions, ideas, or comment on them. And this is all based on Twitch chat. So all of those commands will send the messages over here, and they will show up. But as you can see, these cards look almost exactly like the cards that are over here on the right. And honestly, I just copy and pasted the code. It's code duplication. And there's more duplicated code. I'm going to show you my overlay screen. I'm not taking a break and I'm not leaving. I just want to show you this. So you can see that overlay is showing the same chat messages as well. Right, but it's copy and pasted code, and that's not good. So what we've been working on is what I'm calling Sproutkit. It's basically reusable UI components that I made the components, most of them, and I am recreating each one of those apps to now use those reusable components. Write everything twice, yeah. Thank you, CodeB9, for that follow. So we've been working on these components. We have the avatar component where you can pass in a badge. We have the chat card component, which in turn consumes the avatar component and the user info component. This one's actually really cool. You pass in your name, you pass in the badges string that comes back from Twitch IRC, and it automatically pulls in the right badge images, pulls in the name. You can pass in colors, all that good stuff. And now we've added, as a part of this component, you can pass in a country flag, or you could pass in a team badge. So this documentation is from Vue Style Guidist, which was based off React Style Guidist, but is really sweet. I'll show you how it works. In my component, like let's say my, we want to look at my avatar component. Talk to the badge. So the avatar component, the code itself is fairly simple, right? It just displays an image and then decides to display a sub badge. But Style Guidist allows us to specify this docs element, and then it automatically pulls that out into documentation. And so we can use Markdown to describe our components and like show different examples of them. And this docs code gets added to the generated documentation, and it shows a rendered example of the component, and it shows the code required to use it. So we're basically documenting all the different components that we're creating. So we create the components, and what we were doing today was creating the replacement for this Electron app using those components. Yeah, Style Guidist is great. And I had used it with React before, never with Vue, and so I was like, is there a thing for Vue? And there was. It's awesome. I love it. It's been working wonderfully for us. Oh yeah, and then the other thing is up here you can see like what are the props that could be passed in, what are their types, what are the default values. Same thing like up here. It's great. But what we worked on today was, wait, that's our backend. Was this. So we were working on the replacement for this Electron UI that's over here. I am not going to stream on YouTube. However, I have an application in for Twitch Partner. Wait. Oh, what is that? Yeah. Okay, cool. So I have an application in for Twitch Partner, and if I get it, then I will be able to, like, for people like you that need to watch another, what do you call it? Other resolutions, it will be available. Will I get it? I don't know, but we're trying our best. So as you can see, this UI is not done yet. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be added to it, but this is the new Electron app that's using those components that we wrote. So that's what we worked on today. But as you can see, they're not rendering HTML, they're not rendering emotes, it's not showing a real-time updated time. We got work to do, but these are the first steps. This is actually using those reusable components, so the other apps that we build will be able to use those components as well. And eventually, I mean, and it's all open source. GitHub.com/Sproutkit, GitHub.com/codinggarden/Sproutkit, and GitHub.com/codinggarden/API. Those are the things that it uses. Save my Showdown config for later. Can you just send it to me on Discord? What When you're having trouble coming up with words like resolution, it's time to end the stream. Yes. I can't say words. I gotta go now. I appreciate you all. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Zucker, for that follow. Words are hard. I'm actually really proud. It's time to object. I'm really proud of my Twitch badge parser thingy, because that's totally reusable. Like if we put that into a component, and so the other thing is, like right now we have just this like fat chat card. It's totally possible to create like a slim version that just looks exactly like the Twitch chat, and then other people can use it in their UIs, all that good stuff. And we can build these two web components so they would be usable inside of React or anywhere else. I don't know. It's going to be great. It just takes time. Team test. Nice. Linux. And thank you, Mewtrue, for that follow. All right. I'm going to go. I appreciate you all. Thank you for all the supports. Here we go. All the new subs. Jacob Kit, Blamey God, Crash Course, Jodaba, Ta106, Meagles, Sir Lancelot, Tech Mageed, Toxic Toast, Elodine Mark, and Nunix. Thank you all for your subscriptions. Shout out to all the gifts. So many gifts. Majestic Guy with the gift to Inframath. Shines Love with the 2 gifted subs. Real Pygon with the 5 gifted subs. Shines Love with 1, 2, 3, 4 more gifted subs. Jimmy Boss. I appreciate you, Jimmy Boss, for those 5 gifted subs. And Imthori, thank you for that gifted sub as well. All the resubs. Here's the thing. Some people, like, to them, Twitch Prime is a meme. I say Twitch Prime shows that you actually care, right? Because these people had to literally open up my stream and click resub with Twitch Prime. And I appreciate you for doing that. So thank you, Heck, with the Twitch Prime resub, Greasy Root with the Tier 3 resub, Bob's Paradox with the Tier 1 resub, J Fellywub with the Tier 1 resub, and Ziggy with the Twitch Prime resub. I broke Vox. It's possible. I'll probably just bring the server down. Somebody could be load testing it right now. I don't know. So thank you all for those subs. And huge shout out to everyone that raided today. We got a ton of community support today. All from like a ton of people from the Live Coders team. Today was a good day. I appreciate you all. Girl Lazo with the raid. RWX Rob, Adam13531, Instafluff, Raimu, the Live Coders, One Kev Griff, Nurse with a Gun, Anthony Writes Code. You just got here, but we're gonna send you somewhere nice. And also, thank you for all the bits. 236 and 237 are broken. Ideas? Oh, yeah. We'll fix that. We got work to do. We definitely got work to do. And then thank you for all the bits. Real Pygon 100 bits, Shines Love with 100 bits, Laser with the 200 bits, Real Pygon with the 300 bits, Murdoch with 100 bits, The Sky with 100 bits, Razor with 300 bits, Shines Love with 100 bits, The Real Pygon. So much support. 400 bits, Ivo with 100 bits, Cheyenne with 100 bits, Ivo with 100 bits, Cheyenne with 100 bits, Novike with 100 bits, Shines Love with 100 bits, Imcarv with 100 bits, who said, best stream ever. Thank you, Imcarv. I don't know if you're still here. Nothing As Is with the 1500 bits. Wow. Unknowns. Want to test my bits overlay. That needs work, actually. So we do show an alert, but we don't show the text associated with bits. I need to do that. Shines Love with more support. How much money did you give me today, Shines Love? Thank you. GG with 100 bits and Ivo with 100 bits. Thank you all. If you supported, you're going to see your name at the end. I appreciate you. Thanks to everyone that followed. Thank you, Wellbrain, for that follow. Inca for that follow. Anybody else that I missed? I appreciate you. The dashboard is not. The dashboard is just written in Vanilla.js, but that's the thing that Alka and I might pair on, is writing this dashboard in Vue and TypeScript, which will be fun. All right. Oh, every message appears twice? I'll fix it. It's fine. I gotta go. It's fine. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. Stick around, and actually, let's get those raid messages ready. Hopefully we'll stream it. We'll see. We gotta figure it out. And thank you, Instafluff, for being here. I appreciate you. My Saturday stream is set. Yeah. that's the other thing. Tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be, I mean, we're going to try to make it focused. We're going to be working on the home inventory app. If you look at my YouTube channel, okay, so it's already written with TypeScript front and backend. Cool. But your thought is, and I forgot, Alka's here. Alka's here. Hopefully you're okay with me showing that dashboard, Alka. Basically rewriting the front end. The back end's already good to go, but rewriting the front end with Vue. Okay, there's our raid message. If you are not a sub, this is your raid message, like that. And if you want to copy from here, you can go here. Thank you, Alka. We're going to find somewhere nice. Wherever we go, share the love, be nice, all that good stuff. Have a wonderful evening. I will be back tomorrow in less than 24 hours. So we'll see you soon. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here is this.